Hello folks and welcome on in. Empire Season 2, first stream. Just adjusting some volume levels, everything sound good to you? Seems good to me at least. We got a Choppin Tuesday on our hands. As per usual. All sounding good? Wonderful, wonderful. Sorry for the late start. My partner has singing lessons and vocal coaching that they do at different times, and this week it was today at 2:30, so I decided to start my stream a little bit later. What's up? Hello, hello. I've got my headphone hair going on right now. My headband has been pushing my hair around. It's why I've got this ridge. Got this ski slope happening. Are we chopping spawners to bring to Jimmy? I can't believe that man thinks you can silk touch a spawner. How long has he been playing Minecraft, honestly? The Sheriff. I've been reading a few people's posts about Jimmy as the Sheriff, and I love the fact that they always embolden the words the Sheriff. It's so good. It's so good already. I'm so happy people are embracing this season, the characters, the fun times. Oh, it's going to be so good. Just here for the new skin, Bruno. Welcome on in, buddy. Speaking of the new skin, I did download the resource pack that allows you to make armor invisible. So I'm going to be enabling that because that's going to be kind of nice to have. I'm still going to forget that I have armor on most of the time. Ali Rays, with the 12 months, I am having an amazing day, especially now you subscribed for your full year. Thank you so much. Everyone spam the word nerd in the chat, please. Welcome Ali Rays to the Nerd Herd. While I reset my stream deck so I can spam it as well. There it is. There it is. Incredible. So, yeah, we're here on Empires. We got some stuff going on. And we'll be able to chat a little bit about the new season. I don't know who else is going to be around. I think most people are... There's nobody online right now. So I can log on in. And hopefully this is going to work. Oh, it's nighttime. Good. Oh, okay, that's a thing. Give me 2 seconds to transform. Fit to screen. There it is. Okay, cool. So yeah, the last time I played Minecraft on stream was Thursday. We played RL Craft with ZloyXP and Bruno, and I didn't open the window in 4K on my monitor because it was modded, and I didn't know how like graphically intensive it was going to be. I didn't want stream to freak out, so I opened that in, I guess, like a 1440p window, and yeah, I forgot to rescale my display after that. So there we go. So folks, I have some people to thank aside from Ali Race with the 12 months. Thank you Gandarian for the 7 months. We got a hype train rolling, so I might as well pause here and thank everybody. SMAC K, thank you so much for the 100 bits. The Goddess Ainra, thank you for the 10 months. Wild Rose with 2 months of Prime. Almost saving the hype train, 45 seconds left to get your subs, resubs, and bits in. Magpie Life, thank you for the 10 months. Emmerich, thank you so much for the 8 months. Kitsune with the 12 months, another resub for the nerds. If you didn't spam the word nerd in the chat already, do it again. Because we have 2 nerds so far on the stream. Enjoy your new nerd sub badge. Welcome to the Nerd Herd. Thank you for the full year of support. Stellaris and Shaylars, thank you for the 7 and the 6 months. I love watching everybody call people nerds in the chat. It's the best thing. This community is full of nerds and we love it. We absolutely love it. And somebody has saved the level 1 hype train. Zachris, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Ehel Live with 100 bits. Shadow Falling with the 15 months. Whimsy with the 5. Lizosaurus with the 9-month resub. That level 1 hype train well and truly saved, folks. We are coasting through level 2 right now. So here we are, ready to step outside of my front door. And I haven't really done anything. No, I've done loads. Trust me, I've done a whole bunch of work towards the next episode. I'm working on redstone contraptions. I'm working on a ton of different stuff. I haven't done much building, though. So right now, I'm going to be gathering some resources. We're going to be doing some resource grind. And I've sort of figured out that one of our first houses is going to be here, and that's probably where I'll have my, like, quote-unquote starter house. But I've not done any building yet, which is kind of a shame. But I will probably get that done, if not for episode 2, then for episode 3, because you guys know, we've already been to the end. Like, you probably saw Joey's video where me, him, and Sausage all went out to the outer islands looking for end cities and Elytra and that. We wanted to get, like, a quick start to the series, but I've not done any building. It feels really strange. When, like, Season 1 I did, like, the main house in Pixandria basically like in the first episode, and that stayed that way forever. I've not built anything yet. It feels strange. Daddy Bones MC, thank you for gifting 3 subs. Atumbe, thank you so much for the 6 months. And Dark Mystery Cat with 100 Pride bits, thank you for the Pride bits. So I'm gonna probably organize myself a little bit here. I got a lot of stuff already. Said hi to Jem earlier, who needed some string, so I got some string. Night Wanderer, thank you for the 3 months. To Deathberry with the 100 bits. And Smarty Helen with the 7, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 7 months. I think I have mob drops in here. I'm just about getting my storage organized. Right, we've got a lot of stone. Been doing a lot of digging around. And I have a couple of shulker boxes here which have various bits and pieces that I can probably drop off. So I can throw these in here. I can throw the slabs in here. Some rogue... I'm just going to hack that up with a fortune pickaxe instead of the silk touch. There we go. I just got silk touch today. I'm so happy I have silk touch now. Because, man, I'll need a lot of stone. I've already started stockpiling. But I will need a lot of stone. So we can take all of this stuff out. I have a saddle in case the sheriff is in town. I have a saddle. I don't know if he got one on his stream the other day or not. I wasn't able to watch the entire thing. And then he played Phasma all evening. So, yeah, I have a lot of slime. I managed to go to a swamp and find some slime. So those are useful for the sticky pistons. Zenosai, thank you so much for the 3 months. Can't stay long. Happy to see you well. I am well. I'm very, very well. Empire is always a great place to feel good and creative and whatnot. Robin, thanks so much for the brand new tier 1 sub. I Dream Wombles, thank you for the 9 months resub with Prime. And Happy Crafter with the 287 bits. Peregrine, 14 months in a row as well. Thank you so, so much for 14 months. I'm so happy we have bundles. You know how long I've wanted to use bundles on a server? We didn't have them at all for Empires 1. I can't use them on Survival Guide because they're not a vanilla feature. Although they're not like... They're a vanilla feature. They're not in Survival. They're not implemented. I'm so happy. You will not believe how happy I am when we have bundles on this server. It's going to be so useful. Alright, I'm going to repair my shield as well. And look at this. What's this? Who's this guy? Who's this guy with his lack of... I'm going to rectify this right now. Excuse me while I reset Minecraft. Did not realize I was still in my Survival Guide skin. Alright, let me go change that. Let me take a second. First season watching Empire. So far I watched everyone's first episode. Nice. It's a great time to jump on. People were worried that Empire Season 1 was going to have to be like required watching for this season. It's not at all.
Well, that's just Prime.
It sure is. Yeah, you don't have to have watched Empire Season 1 to get involved with Season 2. Season 2 is its own thing. Multi-MC. There we go. I have my whole thing set up in multi-MC. There we go. All right. Am I ever going to do a new Skyblock series? I don't know. Skyblock is one of those things that I always start with the best of intentions and then it gets far too grindy. Well, because even like running 2 vanilla Minecraft series side by side is manageable. You can do it. If you're organized about it, if you're structured about it, I'm trying to be that way. I am trying to be that guy. You can do that. But my biggest problem is that in Skyblock, I like to do some building. I like things to look aesthetically pleasing. And I don't always have a huge amount of time to record every single day, so if I want to get a Skyblock episode done, it has to be relatively quick, and sometimes it just takes ages to get anywhere because you have to build the landscape. And I didn't want a Skyblock series to just look like the standard, like, cobblestone platform, you know? So I wanted to do a Skyblock series that looked a little bit different, and it's just so much work. It is so much work. There he is! There's the man. There's the anonymous man. think I'm the only one online, right? Yeah, cool. Skyblock is grindy but really rewarding. Yeah, it's the grindy part, though. I have trouble with the grindy part. I mean, all Minecraft is grindy, but that's the thing. I do a lot of Minecraft. And so, like, yeah, sometimes... I feel like to do Skyblock again, I love the map. Like, Dr. Trog does a fantastic job. They always have. It's nothing against the map itself, obviously. I think I just have to be in a place where there's not a whole lot else going on with other Minecraft things. And right now there's always something going on with other Minecraft things. Like, there's always some other new project that I'm working on, or, you know, other bits and pieces. You know what's funny? You know what's funny about this skin? Everyone's saying Nathan Drake, right? And you're absolutely right. But that's not where I got it from. Are we? Okay, we're not. Cool. It looked a little bright around here. I was like, did I up the gamma at some stage? I don't think I did. I have now a gamma utilities mod that allows me to adjust the gamma from within Minecraft. So no more pausing and fumbling around with OBS, which is really, really nice. So thanks to Fwip for hooking me up with that. So, Nathan Drake is the main character from the Uncharted series of video games. There are other characters in spin-off games, but he is, like, the main dude for the majority of them. And he looks a lot like this in terms of, like, the color palette, like the tan trousers, this kind of shirt. When I went to Essie, who does my skins, did the Season 1 Empire's Copper King wedding outfit, which I just ended up wearing for the rest of the series because, I don't know, I couldn't be bothered to change. I brought a bunch of, like, I basically Googled steampunk archaeologist, picked a few characters that I liked and said, give me a combination of all of these. Turns out a combination of all of those was Nathan Drake from Uncharted. I didn't know. I did not know that was how it was going to turn out. But I'm happy with it. I think it's a really, really good, like, representation of what I would want a character to be if it was, like, representative of my ideas, you know? Reminds you of Nathan Fillion from Firefly. That too. And everyone always said that Nathan Fillion should play Nathan Drake in the movie version because, I don't know, he looked like that once about 20 years ago when Firefly was made. So, Archeo Plays, thank you so much for the 9 months. Rockin'2 Robin with a 17. Kira with a 10. I think that's everybody who subscribed. Thank you so much for the support on the hype train, folks. It's also what a lot of archaeologists wear. Yes, fair. Entirely fair. So, what we're going to do, we're going to chop some trees, because I need wood for this bizarre series. I have this much wood of 4 different types. I have a little bit of azalea. Do I have any moss? I think I have moss somewhere. Yes, I do. Okay, so I can get more azalea. That's good. And I'll get more azalea from the azalea trees, but I can also get more azalea from moss if I need to. I also have a ton of bones because skeletons have been freaking everywhere, let me tell you. So we're going to have plenty of resources if we want to farm oak from azalea, which I probably will. And I think we're just going to set up a little farm over here somewhere. Just a casual azalea farm, I'm thinking. And we're going to start with oak wood, even though I probably have the most of that over anything else. But then we need dark oak, we need... I mean, we're surrounded by acacia. We'll need the nether woods and we'll need mangrove. But I don't know if we're going to go and get mangrove today because Shubble is in the mangrove forest. Shelby is a witch character this season. And I kind of want to go and get my first mangrove saplings from that mangrove swamp and then, like, run into her so I can at least say hi. But I think she's at VidCon still, or if VidCon is over now, then she's probably still, like, traveling and relaxing and stuff. So I don't know when that's going to happen. So I'll probably stay away from mangrove, even though I know where some is and everyone else has, like, a mangrove propagule going spare. I want to go and meet Shelby. Because Shelby never turned up. Like, in my original Empires 1 series, I did, like, one thing with Shelby, and then, like, I'm in her episode, but I think I ended up losing the footage. I think I deleted it along with some other stuff that I was trying to archive, and it was just a giant mess, and I feel really bad. So Considering that Shelby and Joey joined like halfway through the last season as well, pretty much, or like a month or two in. Yeah, we just never got to hang out and do much. So I really want to be able to like pop in and say hi. Right, what are we doing here? Let's put the workstations away. I love the fact that since workstations stack to 64, they only take up one space in a bundle. I think that's so good. Nixcraft, thank you for the 500 bits. Also, thank you all so much for being here. There's 1,000 people here, which is awesome. It's always really, really cool having this many folks hanging out. I'm just going to put the buttons in here. I don't see why not. We're going to combine those two hoes once I have gathered a few leaves. But of course, we'll need to actually start farming trees for that to happen. Is there any connection to Season 1 lore-wise? So, no. Lore-wise, not really. Like, in terms of the characters, they're all new characters. They're all new stories. We are tentatively working with the idea that this world is maybe the previous season's world, but, like, far enough in the far, far distant future, like, thousands upon thousands of years, to the point where, like, I don't know, tectonic plate movement and whatnot has meant that everything has shifted around. Or maybe this is just like a far-flung region of the same world. But, like, the biomes are all in different places, right? So, like, you're not going to go out into an ocean and stumble upon the Ocean Empire. Like, that's not how it works. Everybody whose character was in Season 1 is, like, all gone. Everybody who would have still been alive at the end of Season 1 is dead, basically. You might see other people interpreting that differently, though, in different episodes, because it's within everybody's right to say, like, you know, this is however many years in the future and I'm a reincarnation of somebody else or whatever. Like, whatever stories they want to tell, entirely fine. And the way I set up my intro, it's purposefully set up so that it's a creation myth about the world. And everyone immediately told me, like, this sounds identical to the Owl House. I'd never heard of, like, I knew the name. Like, I know it's a show on, like, Disney. I'd never, like, heard a synopsis of the Owl House. I'd never watched an episode or read about it on Wikipedia or something. And so I immediately went and read a synopsis of the Owl House and was like, yeah, that sounds a lot like what I've done. The whole thing with, like, the creation myth and the Titans falling to Earth and creating the biomes and their bones become the Earth and that kind of stuff, like, that's all Norse mythology. Like, that's all from, like, Ymir, the giant that's formed out of the mists of Muspelheim meeting the fires of Niflheim or whatever it is. And basically this huge giant is formed, and then the giant, I think, like, suckles the milk from a cosmic cow or something. Norse mythology is wild, guys. If you ever get the opportunity to read some, please do. It's weapons grade weird. But if you if you read far enough into the creation myth, like, Ymir the giant gives birth to the first three gods, who are Odin and Odin's two brothers, I think, and they kill Ymir, and Ymir's body becomes the Earth. They form the Earth, or Midgard, I guess, or even, like, some of the other realms, I think. I don't know. There's like a lot of stuff. This is not stuff you'll find in the Thor movies. But yeah, they basically form most of creation out of the body of this fallen giant. And so I immediately went, okay, I can do something like that with the origin story for the world in Empires. And then that's just a creation myth for the world in the immeasurably distant past. It may not even be true. It's just, like, mythology. It's commonly known mythology. And that's the kind of thing where, if it turns out that was the creation myth for Empires Season 1, we never really established, like, what this world was, like, how this world ever came to be in the first place. It was just, like, in the depths of time, you know? So, like, we could retcon it if we want to. I don't think people necessarily want to go that route, because I think a lot of people wanted a clean break from Season 1. But if anybody wants to just be like, put a cheeky reference in from Season 1, they can. Like, it's not a problem, as long as, you know, we have confirmed that Zornoth the Demon is not coming back. And I will say that the fact that the dragon is gone, like, I've seen a few people speculating about that stuff. We're not going to find out about that until a little bit later, but it may be going in a different direction to how you folks think. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about it. Will we be putting any nods to Season 1 in the world? That's the thing. Like, we have leeway to put in a couple of Easter eggs if we want to. Am I going to do it? Honestly, I'm only going to do it if people ask me to. Because, like, a lot of the dialogue we're having about stuff in Discord right now is, like, a couple of people have said, it'd be really cool if you build something that kind of is, like, a dungeon that I can go through that I don't know anything about. So instead of, like, having to act your way through, like, oh, here's a thing that I've stumbled upon, or whatever, like, I get to build that for them, so people aren't going to have to act surprised at something that they've built themselves for their own story. So yeah, we're going to potentially have some fun pretty soon with one of those ideas. I want to get some of the rooted dirt here, which is why I'm tentatively farming Azalea for the minute. But yeah, like, if people want me to put something in that's like, you know, if I load up Season 1's world and I try and emulate somebody else's build style because they want a piece of one of their empires to be in there. If it's Joel, I'm going to have a hard time because Joel's build style in Season 1 was absolutely wild, and I don't know if I'm that good of a builder, to be honest. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I love this way of being part of the group. I've wanted to talk about this with you guys for so long. Like, this is why today's stream is really, nothing is going to happen, because I really just want to sit and talk about this idea. So when I've been talking about playing Elden Ring for the last few months, it's all basically been research for this series. Like, I've had this idea for the longest time, like, basically since Fwip's been talking about doing, like, more of a Dungeons and Dragons influence on this season. I had the idea immediately, what if there's a Dungeon Master? And I didn't want to start telling other people's stories for them, but I wanted there to be somebody who creates, like, a backstory for the world and can build some stuff that's sort of detached from the roleplay aspect of things, but is still useful to the rest of the group. Is going to mean that I can kind of work behind the scenes and do my thing and do some building and have some fun without having to come up with, like, a character arc for whoever this is, right? And so, yeah, I kind of liked the idea for a really long time. And I decided that one of the best ways of doing that was to study how other people design games that are supposed to have this history. And Elden Ring had just come out, and I had heard just from people who love the Dark Souls series and stuff that the way From Software tells stories in the games is very kind of opaque. It's the kind of thing that you learn a lot of stuff through flavor text, and, like, all of the lore is stuff that people in the community have had to piece together out of various, like, you know, descriptions and one lines of dialogue here and there that people say, and then the rest of it is just, like, really cool environment design. And I thought, I need to play one of these games just to see what I can crib from it and what I'm going to learn from playing a game like that I can use to design challenges for people and, like, learn, like, how the backstory is told. And so I decided, sure, like, let me play Elden Ring, and obviously fell in love with the game. I think it's fantastic, but so much of that I was just taking notes, taking screenshots the whole time. Like, I really wanted to learn some stuff from that game that I could apply to a Season 2 of Empires. Hilarious experience where you as a player know that the NPC in the corner is in fact the Hand of God. I mean, that's the thing though. Like, all NPCs are by their nature working in favor of the game designers, right? So, like, they're effectively programmed to do God's will in that weird sort of way. Obviously, don't want to make it too religious, but you know what I mean? So I do think it's a neat way of having that be part of the world. And I'm still going to be in other people's videos and trading with people and stuff. I'm probably going to be more like the Wandering Trader again, except not actively being a Wandering Trader this time. Like, I don't know if I'm going to have an export other than experiences, you know? And yes, for people who've seen B00's Season 9 of Hermitcraft, I got, like, I didn't get mad, but I got sort of jealous that Season 9 of Hermitcraft had started earlier than Season 2 of Empires, because he basically started doing what I knew I wanted to do for Season 2 of Empires. And I had a conversation with Whip in, like, early March, right around the time Season 9 of Hermitcraft was starting, and I said, right, I want to do this thing, I want to be able to create experiences for people, and I want to be like seeding dungeons and ruins and cool stuff throughout the world. And then B-Dubs started doing that, and I was like, well, for a start, I can learn from him, because I've always looked up to B-Dubs as a builder and as somebody who's got really neat ideas for like pushing the zeitgeist of Minecraft forward. Just like the stuff that he's been doing in terms of texture work and all of that stuff is all really fascinating to me. I wish I spent more time in creative so that I could start like planning some of that stuff myself. Ham, thank you for the 16 months. Kiwi Cat, thank you for the 5. Cold Mav, thank you for the 5 months. Whole Milk Boy with the 4 months of Prime as well. Thank you all very much for the resubs. But yeah, like my videos aren't necessarily just going to be entirely behind the scenes. Oh, another fun thing about being in a savannah, you don't get rain. I mean, you get dark, broody skies, but you don't get rain. And if anything, dark, broody skies works for Elden Ring, so I'm kind of on board with that, actually. But yeah, I'm quite happy that you don't get rain, because rain is constant on a server, much less in, you know, whatever this is, 119 or 118 onwards. The fact that there is a creeper here makes me think that the sky has got dark enough that some stuff can spawn under these acacia trees. But I don't think it's a thunderstorm. This doesn't feel like a thunderstorm to me. Raining IRL for you right now. There you go, Minecraft being immersive, as it always is. Is it going to be hard to put out videos without spoiling things for the other players? That's the point, right? Like, one of the things I want to do, I'm going to be working on my own stuff. So, like, around this area, I want to build, like, it's going to be really ambitious, but I want to build something that's akin to the royal capital of Leyndell in Elden Ring. Like, it's this massive city. I don't know if it's gonna... It's not gonna look exactly like Leyndell, because the architecture there is stunning and obviously very detailed, and there's like a dragon that's been speared against the side of a building. I don't know if I'm going to be able to build anything on that kind of scale, but I want like the amount of buildings and stuff to be somewhat equivalent. Like, I want there to be a lot of buildings around here, and it's almost like a labyrinth. It's a place that people can come in. There's maybe like areas that they can loot, and it's not going to be like a mini game as such. It's just going to be a place for them to explore, and when they pop in, there's going to be something else that like appears, and maybe if I can, you know, name tag a few mobs every so often, then there's going to be like challenges for them and that kind of stuff. But yeah, like I want to do some bits and pieces like that. And so that's going to be my video content until somebody is ready to show off the stuff that I've built for them, basically. So like, say Jimmy or whoever comes to me and says, hey, I want you to design like a firing range for the sheriff to practice like crossbow or something like that, right? Like, I can go and build that, and it's not going to show up in my videos until after Jimmy has shown it, because I'm going to be working on that kind of behind the scenes for him, and then my video is going to be more of like, yeah, behind the scenes video of how that was done. The cool thing is, if I end up putting a lot of effort into this series, I know a lot of people are concerned that like Survival Guide is going to be like a little bit more low-key as a result. One of the things I would really love to do is mess around with some mechanics in this series where I don't exactly explain how it was done. I just kind of say, this is what I'm doing. If that makes sense. Like, I don't show the step-by-step kind of tutorial process of doing it. I just build something and say, this is how it's going to work. And then Survival Guide can be a tutorial for some of that stuff. Like, if I start doing much more with, like, sculk sensors and all that kind of stuff, I can do cool stuff in here, and then we can go back to the Survival Guide world, and I can do more of, like, a block-by-block tutorial of how some of that stuff will happen. That's what I would like to do. what's required to join this SMP. For a start, we're not really planning on adding anybody else to this series. The members of this server have kind of been hand-selected by the group themselves, so it's not really something that anybody can join. You know what I mean? Like it's an invite-only kind of thing, sort of like Hermitcraft, really, where we figured like we'll stick to the cast that we had already. We'll see if there's anybody else out there looking to join who is a good fit for the group. We obviously invited False Symmetry to join, and she was looking for something to do anyway, so I'll let False tell the tale of how she decided to join Empires, but yeah. Shags, thank you so much for 22 months. Tier 3, oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you. Spooky Sequoia, thank you for the 10 months as well. Elkhorn with the 52. Still going strong. Oh my goodness, 52 months. It is incredible that I've been streaming for that long. Commissar Fish, thank you so much for the 10 months of Prime. Almost a nerd. She reminds me so much of Pearl. Yeah, it's super cool that we've got somebody else who's obviously super well known already, and False is great. I don't know how she and Gem are going to keep up with doing everything that they're currently doing. Do I have a favourite Froglight? Yes, the Verdant ones. I don't know why I like the green a lot. I'm probably going to end up doing the same Froglight farm from Survival Guide on this server once we find a treasure bastion. I don't have a Elytra yet, despite going to the end. Spoiler alert, no Elytra. So, yeah, I'm gonna either have to stumble upon a bastion or wait until I have Elytra. We also wanted to keep the cast of Empires to 12. Like, 12 seemed like a good number. Like, if you think of the wedges of a pie, the face of a clock kind of thing, like 12 seems like a nice way to divide something up. It just fits for whatever reason. And 12 was always Flip's vision for Season 1. Which is how come we started, I think, with 10. And then we added Shovel and Joey. But like this series has always been and probably always will be Flip's baby. So I feel like he can probably tell you more about it than I can. But yeah, I know that's one of the reasons Pearl wasn't decided against doing Season 2 of Empires, was just like, Hermitcraft is big right now. And in terms of the stuff that she's doing, I entirely understand her wanting to streamline things and keep it just to Hermitcraft. Is Whip the Azuma Void of Empires? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. He's the one who's organising a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff, admins for the server. He also put us in touch with a couple of folks who do art and a custom mod for us, basically so that we can run a ton of fabric stuff without having to worry about Optifine for custom models. Like, we have custom entity models as a mod, and there's a couple of custom requirements of that are being coded by somebody else. Is Pearl not an Empire? She was in Season 1, she's not joining for Season 2. Will I make the most automatic farms on Empires? Yes, probably. Although the way farming and stuff works in this whole setup in Empires as a concept is that we have relatively few auto farms, because most of the auto farms are going to be claimed by people because they've claimed that resource. So I'm not going to be doing an iron farm because one of the others is doing an iron farm. That's kind of the way it works. Alright, looking good on Oakwood now. That's wonderful. Don't even have room for some of this stuff. I need to expand my storage anyway, so let's dig upwards one more block and put in some more chests here. Will I do a mega base? I mean, my whole area here in the savannah is going to be like a city if I can pull that off, so I guess if you call that a mega base, then yeah. Am I going to do one massive like castle build or something? I would like to. Depends what I have time for. We'll do azalea leaves down here, and then we can do different types of leaves, saplings, that kind of stuff. I got the saplings in here, but I'll take them out for now. Yeah, we'll put oak and birch there together. I'll need lots of spruce, lots of jungle. What's my resource? I don't know if I have one yet. I'm basically going to be filling in the gaps for everyone else, because when it comes to like an empire, my empire isn't really going to be present. I mean, literally, my empire is going to be the past. So it'd be like trading with a ghost or something. I don't know, like what people could get from the past is more like, I don't know, like if people want to have like an experience, like a dungeon that they go into where they find a piece of their custom armor or whatever, then that's probably something I'll get involved with if I can. If they have like their own stuff in mind for it and they really want to do it themselves, then obviously I'm not going to tread on anyone's toes, but yeah, we already have a couple of things in mind, so. My resource is knowledge, yeah, that kind of thing. Bones, yeah, no, I think Fwip already has a double skeleton spawner, so I think I've missed the boat on bones. I was initially going to say mob drops, but then I think a few other people have other ideas for specific stuff like that. And honestly, like, I would love to be the one with librarians or something because of knowledge, but A, I think somebody else has already got plans for trading enchanted books to people, and B, I don't have a village yet. But honestly, I would just love a mending book right now. Concept could either be really good or boring, one reason being you don't have an empire. I mean, I do have an empire, it's just like, it's not necessarily an empire that's going to get involved with conflicts and stuff. Does that make sense? And like, obviously people want to see conflict, so we'll see what happens. But I feel like at that point I can more or less be an NPC, so I can still be involved, but I can just do work for everybody while not really having motivations or a side of my own. It's difficult to, like, it's a bit of a head scratcher, this whole thing. I understand it seeming a little bit kind of difficult to see how it's going to fit into everybody else's stuff, but trust me, like, I've got ideas. I'm not just going to, like, sit on my hands while everybody else does the fun stuff, you know? The first episode of Empire's SMP, I said my character would be a historian or architecture. No, I said archaeologist. I mean, you can be both. It's the same kind of thing. Like, archaeologists are, in a sense, historians, because they are actively seeking to uncover the history of the world. Those are not mutually exclusive concepts. But one of the things that I think really sold the concept for me was, in Season 1, we wanted to do something at spawn where maybe like a bunch of people had embassies, or there was, you know, some other kind of like central structure that had something that represented each of our empires. That was one of the initial plans I think we had with the demon stuff, was that everybody was going to bring together something from their empire, and that was what was going to like collectively seal away the demon thing. And then obviously plans changed, and certain people, like through scheduling conflicts or whatever, just weren't going to be involved with it. Some people didn't like the roleplay side of things as much, and like it didn't work out that way in the end. But we wanted to have something built at spawn, and we never got around to it. Whereas with this season, I think we're probably going to get that started pretty quickly, and if everyone's okay with it, I'm hopefully going to be doing a lot of that. As an archaeologist, I must say we aren't historians. Well, I mean, like, maybe not in your primary specialism, sure, but, like, there's some overlap, right? It's an interest in the past, or it's a variety of things. I mean, I'll let you speak for yourself, because obviously, like, I don't know much about the field, but... Cryptotis, thank you for the 16 months. On the Diagonal, thank you for the 26. Shadow Star, thank you for the 10 months. OT with the 9 months of Tier 2. Can the demon's secret be revealed now? Who came up with it? How did Scott manage to control it with 2 accounts at the same time? I think this has been talked about plenty of times, so I don't think it's, like, going to be breaking any rules for me to say it or whatever. But yeah, it was Scott, obviously. It's pretty clear from the fact that the demon has a Scottish accent. He does well to hide it with the voice changer and everything, but there's certain words that it definitely, obviously, sounds like Scott. He basically started messing with Shelby one day, like flying around in spectator mode and whispering on voice chat. And I think Shelby started being like, "Who's there? It's a demon," or whatever, and then, like, it all went from there. And beyond that, he was just like, "Hey, I want to do something with this. I'll visit everybody else and I'll get this really creepy skin and this second account that's got a demonic sounding name, and we'll go from there." Yay, Kay the River Cat, thank you so much for the 12 months. As for how Scott was able to control two accounts at once, like, I'm pretty sure it was always him who had control of the account, except for, like, occasional scenes where he got somebody else to do it and just, like, gave them the login information. I think Mythical Sausage did it a couple of times. But it's, yeah, it's not that difficult to do stuff like that. You can, once you're, like, editing video, you can do all kinds of stuff as well. Like, he could composite shots if he had a fixed camera angle so that the demon could be, like, effectively superimposed into the background if he wanted to. Like, you can record lines that get played in later. Like, you can do all kinds of stuff. Like, it's all about telling a story. It's all movie magic. Have I seen the Empire's musical? Yeah, Lizzie gave us the video link before it was actually published. We got, like, an unlisted YouTube link. Incredible stuff. Like, really, really cool. And thus an entire series arc was born from Scott being a chaotic little gremlin. Pretty much, yeah. Hey, look who it is. It's our friends. We have logical zoom, by the way. So I get Optifine zoom, quote unquote, and I get spyglass. Let's deal with these. Trampling my wheat field. Excuse me, sir.
Well, that's just Prime.
Kathy, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. Thank you, thank you. Shoot your friend. Nice. Great work. Big fan. First time I kill one of those guys. Actually, it's not. I kind of got one to shoot another one earlier, but... Is it annoying when people ask if I'm joining Hermitcraft? Not especially. I find it particularly annoying. It's just is what it is, you know? All archaeologists are historians. Not all historians are archaeologists. That's why I'm happy at the direction of your character. Can totally see you being a Dungeon Master IRL. Yeah, I mean, I've done a bit of D&D, and when I started playing D&D with my home group, which is me, my partner, and a couple of our friends, I decided to DM that, so... I've had a bit of experience with it now. And I've always been interested in writing, like, fantasy literature and stuff. Like, I grew up reading it. I remember one of the first things I ever remember hearing is, like, an audiobook, a book on tape, they were called at the time, because that's the medium we had, was the abridged audiobook of The Hobbit. And I love that story, and obviously a big fan of stuff like Lord of the Rings now. So I think, yeah, it just kind of goes with the territory for me.
Well, that's just Prime.
Perch, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Coming back to Minecraft after a long break. New update looks pretty cool. New updates are incredible. After a long break, like, how long are we talking? Because if you haven't played Minecraft for a couple of years, you've got some stuff to look forward to, let me tell you. I think I'm getting to the point now where I can combine these two hoes to get one unbreaking efficiency silk touch hoe. The efficiency isn't super necessary, but probably if we start harvesting like nether trees and stuff. Am I going to build anything? I'm going to build plenty of stuff in the series, but not on this stream. This stream is probably going to be mostly resource gathering, because you always need to do that before you build anything. Do I write fan fiction? Not really, no. Like, I've written a couple of things that were heavily derivative before, but they didn't really end up being, like, proper fan fiction kind of stuff. I have nothing against the idea, it's just not my cup of tea. I've always been interested in telling more original stories, and Minecraft is a really good place to do that, because a lot of imagination is needed just to bridge the gap between, like, we are playing a video game and thinking of this as any kind of reality. So I think a lot of the Minecraft community is very imaginative when it comes to the stuff they think is happening in-game. Like, people have a really nice way of bridging that gap in their heads and suspending their disbelief, you know? Where can you download this texture pack? Yeah, Fwip, I think, has this texture pack on his Patreon, but I don't know if it's this exact one. He might have made a couple of tweaks to it for Empires specifically, I don't know. Yeah, as far as, like, a channel schedule right now, I'm still trying to work that out. Like, how often I'm going to be doing Empires, how often I'm going to be doing Survival Guides. I'm going to try and aim for at least one Empires episode and 2 Survival Guide episodes each week. So Empires might become, like, a Saturday video more regularly. Obviously, the series is going to be really popular, so it would make sense if people want to see more of it that I could do more of it, but I also don't want Survival Guide to go away completely, so I'm going to try my best to find a balance. But you'll have to bear with me while I do that, because some things may not come out at the usual times. It's all just going to be a learning process. Because I want to be here and I want to be available for people's collab stuff. I don't want to just, you know, only hop on for a couple of hours each week kind of thing. Like, I need to get some stuff done in this series. It's going to be so fun, though. What's my Empire style for this season? I think it's mostly just going to be ruins of this sort of ancient city that's going to be built around here. And not an ancient city in the deep, dark sense, like something a little closer to the cities that you find in Elden Ring. I want to build a castle somewhere, ideally. But I don't know where that's going to work out best. Probably up there somewhere. Have I seen Trixie Blox' Ultimate Survival World series? Nope, I have not. Although I'm not particularly broadly learned in other people's Minecraft series. Like, I don't tend to follow a lot of other creators aside from Hermitcraft. Mostly because I'm worried that I might end up stealing people's ideas. Just, like, subconsciously even, you know? Alright, we'll lay out some birch, some spruce, and some jungle. Obviously, the spruce is going to turn the ground into podzol, so we'll do that maybe a little further away. We'll do that up here somewhere. We can take the podzol, obviously. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I'm thinking 2 tall spruce, 2 tall jungle, just for the leaves, and then birches in a row. Because I'm not too worried about farming saplings for those. Let's get this acacia out of the way. My first time actually harvesting an acacia tree, and I've been living in the savannah for a week. Imagine. Let's combine these two as well. First off, we have 34 levels, so let's see if there's anything else we can enchant for good stuff. Unbreaking 3. Potentially very good. I have the pickaxes I need. The only thing I really need is mending. Silk touch on an axe wouldn't be bad. And I could do with a couple of extra buffs on a sword, but I think a bow is going to be a good start. That is basically everything I need. And I could give that punch 2 by combining these two. What do I get now? Power 4. You know what? We could do that, and we could just combine these two and have the best bow. I mean, sure, why not? Let's do that. Alright, we'll put that one in there as a backup. But Power 5 Unbreaking 3 Infinity, that's pretty much all I need it to be. Like, I wouldn't mind having Punch on it, but it's not super necessary. And then Flame is circumstantial. Riptide, not really interested. Don't have a Trident yet. Not sure if I'll even get a Trident this season, to be honest. And then we'll combine these two that way around. 10 levels, really? Or 12? 10 it is. 10 it is. I'll need another Diamond Hoe, though. Because I want to be able to get XP from Skulk blocks. So I guess we'll do... Nope, not that. Efficiency 4. Okay, cool. What have you got? Oh, Dark Oak saplings. Hello. Do kind of need those, but honestly, I'm going to go to a Dark Oak forest instead. Thanks, though. Don't have any emeralds right now. How far apart are we all on the server from each other, and how to avoid overlapping each other's territory? We're pretty far out. We avoid overlapping each other's territory by basically just claiming a biome, and then if you're like neighboring somebody that close, then you can see where the borders of a biome are and assume that's somebody else's territory, but we just keep communication open. We just say like, hey, I'm here, are you there? Is it okay if I build this? That kind of stuff. And obviously later on, once it gets into like conflict and stuff, we just build in each other's backyards anyway because it's funnier. Alright, let's go find some dark oak trees to chop down. Oh, the jungle's already grown, that's good. Let's go find a dark oak forest somewhere out of the way. If I go west, life is peaceful there, and I mean that in the sense that there are no empires. When in doubt, you build a giant chasm between two... I say build a giant chasm is a bit of a stretch. You blow that up with TNT is what you do. Which wood types am I missing? I don't have mangrove yet, but we're not going to get that today. I don't have the nether wood types because I needed silk touch before I could get the nylium. And I don't have dark oak right now, but that's what I'm going to go look for. Trident could be fun. Easter egg in a desert ruin. Just put one in a desert temple loot chest somewhere. That's a grove. I can get powdered snow from there if I want to. Oh, hello. Someone hath been here. I think I did see... Yeah, I saw some path blocks over here. Yeah, somebody's been out this way and was just like right-clicking with a shovel as they went. I think Falsa's Empire has dark oak. Yeah, there's a couple of forests around. I'm just trying not to steal from somebody's backyard, you know? Interesting place for an acacia. I also want to see what's out here. I haven't really done much exploring on the server yet. Also, does anybody else see this arm and immediately think I'm playing as Mythical Sausage's character? Because this... The fingerless glove look definitely reminds me of Mythical Sausage in his, like, Vault Boy kind of outfit. Might be Lizzie's path for her pandas. No, Lizzie is, kind of northeast of me. Which of the Hermit's mega bases am I the most looking forward to? To be honest, I'm just excited to see what they do with 119 when it happens, and like all of the stuff they're doing is really cool. Like I really like Impulse's base. But there's tons of stuff like Pearl's building is always beautiful. Which Hermits do I watch? Do exclamation point Hermits in the chat and you'll get a full list of them. There you go, Ginger just did it for you. Reminds me more of Wells Night. Fair enough. I can see that. You know how weird it is ignoring copper in Empires? It's still strange to me. So there's a lot of forest in this direction. Oh, some bees. Oh. Bees are probably my favorite mobs in Minecraft now. I just love them so much. Will I be putting up VODs again anytime soon? I'm going to do it for this series. Because obviously people want more behind the scenes. People love BTS, right? That's what that's about. That's why I see it trending on Twitter all the time. Bees more than axolotl? I'm not a big fan of axolotls, to be honest. I think they're cute looking. I don't find them all that useful, I guess. I don't know. Of how big bees are. Like, that's ridiculous. I love it. I mean, have you seen spiders? The bees deserve to be that big if spiders were that big, you know? Behind the scenes, absolutely. Get an LA? I would love to. Haven't seen a woodland mansion, and my nearest pillager outpost didn't have any, so... Alas, we do not have any LAs. I think Fwip has a bunch. He got them in, like, episode 1. Oh, there's another jungle over here. Really? I don't know. Sometimes I find dark oak forests next to jungles. They're a good transitional biome. But we may just have... straight up jungle right there. Jungles are so much more common in 118 terrain. Like, it's wild. How far out are we now? 1400? Hey, not too bad. I'm really close to spawn. My coordinates are at like 380, 200 or something like that. Negative 380, 200. So I'm pretty close to spawn. The savannah is like right there. Yeah, no dark oak. Big Sag. Let's let's get some melon. No, I already have some growing actually, don't I? There's a panda. Wish they hadn't made deserts so rare. We have a pretty big desert in this world though. It's pretty far south of spawn, but it is there. And Jimmy is like right next to it. Has anyone claimed the deep dark yet? I mean, with this bunch, I think we'll probably have some people messing around with the deep dark, but I don't think anybody's claiming it as a base, at least right now. Because the prospect of getting all of the Shriekers out of an ancient city so that you could set up a base or whatever, or even just using the deep dark and having all of the Shriekers to contend with right away is
Well,
a little bit of a
just
daunting prospect when most folks hadn't really had a chance to mess around with 119 too much. The wolves around here will have killed all of the sheep. But hopefully there should still be a couple around here. You going somewhere? Wasn't Fwip slightly in the biome for his cave? I mean, yeah, I guess so. There'll be some sheep down there. I think I see one. Can't do that anymore. Part of me does kind of wish that if you waterlog a leaf, it breaks your fall in the same way that, like, a waterlogged chest does. Or not, Joel. Oh no, he's having connection issues. I'm gonna fix the tree in a second, guys, don't worry. Just wanted to do the seabed. Yeah, the 11-foot tall god of the server is having trouble logging in, I think. Nope, he left again. Either that or he's messing with mod configs, one of the two. So this savannah is pretty large. Like, this is more or less the same savannah, it just wraps around. Ooh. Tidy little plains village, hello, hello. What server host to be using? I forget. If Whip knows, ask him. Okay, is this an untouched village? I think it might be. So, librarian, please tell me you have mending. Oh, Bane of Arthropods 5? Ridiculous. How about you? Silk Touch. Oh my goodness. Where were you? Where were you this morning? Ah. I mean, good, but... This song is called We Hate You, Please Die. What can I do for emeralds? Like, is there a Fletcher in town? I guess I can make a fletching table, right? The lore you shared about Bones of Titans and all that, do I have specific builds in mind already? I have some stuff in mind, but a lot of that was just, like, vague setup that can I kind of go anywhere. Like, one of the things I have learned through a bit of Dungeons & Dragons DMing is that you can absolutely just set up one thing that, like, either never comes up again. Like, you can just say something like, oh yeah, the world was created out of the body of a giant cosmic whale that fell into the ocean of this void of space and curled up into a ball, and that became the Earth, right? You can say stuff like that, and then, like, if you want to do something with that later, go ham, it's great. But if you don't, then you can just not bring it up again, and it's fine. Like, you can absolutely do that. So if it becomes relevant later, then yeah, absolutely, I'll do something with that. But if there's no way to make it work for the series, or if I don't feel like building like a biome-sized head or something, then I probably won't, you know? Come on, one more flint. Oh, little bee came to say hello. Oh, I love them so much. Only behind-the-scenes rules for this season, things like farms, elytras, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's the same as last season, really. I don't know about elytras, but we never really had any rules about them. The idea is that if your empire has claimed a resource within reason, obviously, other people aren't allowed to make an automatic farm for it. They have to come and trade the resource from you. I think this season we might have ways to get around the fact that to get iron, you basically had to go and do a clip with Mythical Sausage or steal from him, which created a conflict, right? I think this time around we might have some other ways of handling stuff like that. Let's check this blacksmith as well. Not bad. Not the traditional, I'm playing Minecraft so I get 3 diamonds from everywhere. I was raiding a nether fortress, the nether fortress that's in my first video earlier, and I ended up finding 3 diamonds in a chest, and I was like, it's Minecraft. You know, we're playing Minecraft when that happens. This guy doesn't have a wheat trade. We could break down the hay bales and trade those to him, but I'm more interested in getting a Fletcher on my side. And you, do you have new trades? Do these guys have any new trades? I don't think they do. I guess it was 1.17 they learned to trade dripstone, right? And that was kind of the last time we got one of those. Who is Princess Wi-Fi again? Oh. I was like, who? Hello. Show me the stick trade, you fool. I want to get emeralds. Yes, okay, good. Just gonna do some chopping. Real quick, do some chopping. I was wondering if shipwrecks were updated in 1.19 to be made of mangrove wood as well. That would be really cool looking. I do not believe so, but there is still scope for that to happen in future. Yeah, made some emeralds. Fantastic. Now all I need is another handful of those, and then I can get another Silk Touch book. And then I can put Silk Touch on my axe and get mushroom blocks. How do you trade so fast? If you hit the space bar, it refills the trading interface with the last thing you traded. It only works on Java, though, unfortunately. Let's not use that because it has Silk Touch. Let's just punch the leaves. Can I have a sapling, please? Apparently not. Apparently I can't have a sapling. What is this, skyblock? Unbelievable. That tree gave me no saplings. I feel robbed. Robbed, I tell you! Do you have to check Bedrock Edition information separately to know if something works for both editions or just for Java? Honestly, I do less of that than I should. But I think, honestly, there's sometimes I just remember it from somebody telling me. That tends to be where I get most of my Bedrock information, is other people saying, hey, that didn't work. See, that one gave me 2 saplings right away. I like that tree better. Oh, 35. Highway robbery. This isn't even a highway. At least I have a bed. Let's turn this into a blue bed. I like the blue beds lately. Do I have any favorite shaders for Minecraft? My new favorite is Continuity, which I learned about through, I think, Music Man, or somebody on the Don't Die SMP was talking about them, and it turned out they were really cool. I like Silda's Vibrant quite a lot. I haven't really used shaders in this series, or any series actually, for a little while, but we have Iris, so potentially I could for like time lapses and stuff. Like, I don't imagine that yeah, this feels weird. I don't like it. It's also real framesy. Like, for the stream. Like, in-game, it's fine, but it just takes a lot of processing power away from my streaming software. Will Betray, kind of rotten. Thank you for the 13 months and the brand new tier 1 sub, respectively. We have Real Sir Tim. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Yeah, we have sodium and everything. Joel says hi, chat. Lizzie was uploading, I see. Yeah, I think we ended up moving our server node to the UK so that Joel and Lizzie could have better connection, because it was really rough for them when we were trying to log in and do our collab for the first episode. Smallish Heinz is biggish Beans now. Big boy Beans. $57 Beans. I think we shared this around in Discord. Somebody found like a fan chart that had been made that was like comparative heights of everybody on the server, and Joel was, I think, like 33 meters tall or something. So it was just like a bunch of us being really tiny, and then there was Joel, and he was like, I said I was 11 feet, not 111 feet. It's the power of Zeus. Who was the first hermit I watched? Pungence. Don't know who Pungence is? Good. No, Pungence was great. I miss the days of Hermitcraft Season 2. A large legume. Where is my my Fletcher lad gone? Don't tell me he's wandered off. He's gonna be like the savannah villager in Survival Guide who just decided to wander out into the river every day. Although, to be fair, that was after I'd taken him across the river to zombify him, so... What's up, Jordan? Welcome in. We're streaming from Empires for the first time, having a lovely time here. And I'm trying to get some emeralds for a trade, because one of the villagers here has a Silk Touch book. For like 16 emeralds or something, I want to say. This was not the guy. I think it's that guy over there. Is this one unemployed as well? Like, who are you? Oh, okay, you don't have a job. Fair. All right, we can make you the farmer then, because there's a vacancy. The Fletcher should be really easy to recognize as well. He's the one with the hat. Where were you? Where were you this entire time? You big weirdo. Let me trade you some sticks. Alright, yeah, I don't have a fortune shovel anymore, so I can't go get the flint. Because to be fair, like, I don't mind the flint trade anymore, because we can farm gravel from piglins, but... Fletcher would sneak 100, right? Azalea's better. Azalea would have grown with one bone meal. See you later, Raisins. Have a good one. I really should have just brought over some of the logs that I was farming a minute ago. Let's take down some wood from the opposite bank over here. In fact, let's just go to the jungle. There's jungle trees everywhere. Go see what's in this portal as well. Big boy Norman, Jimmy's cat. Big man Norman. He's not a boy anymore, he's an adult cat. Hey look, some flint. And a Silk Touch Golden Axe. You guys remember Golden Axe? You ever play Golden Axe? Loved that series. I don't think Golden Axe 3 ever got a UK, like a PAL region release. I remember playing it on an emulator a while back, and that was a fun game. I had Golden Axe 1 and 2. What's going on today except chopping? We are chatting about Season 2. I have found a village, and I'm currently trying to get some emeralds so I can trade Silk Touch from one of the local librarians. I'm trying not to go ham with, like, getting set up with villagers of my own right away, though. I think I might do that later, but I don't want to get too far ahead of somebody who might want to, like, trade for enchanted books and stuff like that. The dwarf on the little bird lizard thing was great in Golden Axe. Yeah, man, that was such a fun game. I own a Commodore 64? No, I did not. I think some friends of ours had one. But my first proper like games console was a Mega Drive 2, the Sega Genesis, which is called the Mega Drive in Europe and I believe Japan. Can we get up here and take care of this before the leaves underneath me break? Just about. Golden Axe was one of the first games I ever played on Mega Drive. It was so great. That, Streets of Rage... Basically, that, Streets of Rage, and Sonic 2. More or less my entire childhood. I was raised on the mean streets of whatever the city was called in Streets of Rage. Why don't we make a village empire at spawn with a huge trading hall and everyone can trade them just like other farms? I mean, it's kind of not how it works. Like, we don't have a whole lot of communal stuff here because if something is owned by one person or the other, it means that we can have more fun with collab for it. Like, we can spend a bit more time running around asking to trade and getting into negotiations and stuff, and it makes for better content than just setting up one big thing that everybody goes to and nobody talks to each other about. Get a few more jungle saplings this way too. This is more or less how I did Season 1 though, is like the villagers were all in like a separate village further away. Oh wait, no, that's sapling number 8. There we go. And I just used to run over there, farm some wood for sticks, and then do all my trading there and then come back. Does everyone have a similar upload time on Empires? I don't think so. People just upload whenever they want to. Will I still trade my Empire for Emerald ores? That's the thing. Like, I don't really have the same kind of power on this server that I did on the last one. So I don't know if anybody would want to buy my Empire, because my Empire is going to be, like, basically a set of ruins. And it's going to be spread out all over the place. Like, I'm going to have a central location, but it's also going to be a lot more focused on building stuff all around the world. Let's bundle some of this in the meantime. One thing I realized the other day is that if you're going mining for resources and you have a bunch of loose, you know, copper or whatever, right? The bundle is really good for that because you can turn all of the copper things into copper blocks, and normally it's like if you have a couple of loose bits of copper or like raw copper, then that's kind of a pain because it still takes up 2 inventory slots, but you can just throw them in a bundle and it doesn't anymore. And I'm like, yes, it's so good. So happy we have bundles. That's a data pack, by the way. Vanilla Tweaks, the one with leather. And I'm very, very happy it exists. This guy's gone back to 32 sticks because I ran away for a bit. Where's our librarian friends?
Well, that's just
There we go, Silk Touch. Now I just need to grab some sugarcane and a cow because I didn't bring any books with me either. Nogard, thank you so much for the 4 months of Prime. Really appreciate that. And it's not that I don't like the roleplay aspect, it's more that I just don't think I'm very good at it, and I think there's room for a role that exists outside of that, in a way. I don't know. I just wanted to play this series a little differently. Just noticed you're streaming. How late are you? Well, if you watch on browser, the uptime has been ticking over underneath the stream window, so you can usually see that. When I was considering not doing Season 2 of Empires, was it because of the survival series? That, and I didn't really have any good ideas for it right away. I find that, like, splitting my time between stuff like Survival Guide and Empires is difficult, but I think people love Empires so much that I think I'm really in it for that. Just break the bookshelf for the books? Nah. For now, I only need one book. But I also like leaving the village stuff intact. I kind of like the idea of somebody else stumbling upon this village. And there not being as many signs of somebody being there. Except, like, you know, the logs missing from around the farm. Pick the perfect biome for the historian role. It matches the cradle of civilization where the first human ancestors were found. It's funny, like, I didn't think of the savannah as a biome I particularly wanted to build in. I was just like, I want to stick around near spawn, and nobody's claimed the savannah. But if you look at the grass color there, like, it reminds me of the Altus Plateau from Elden Ring, which is why I want to build Lanedale there. Like, there's a lot of kind of golden grass, and it has more of like an Elysium sort of feel to it, except it's still a terrible place like everywhere else in Elden Ring. It looks a little bit like Limgrave as well. Right, we have an book. And I can plant and sugarcane over here. There we go. Where's my librarian gone? Friends? Friendos? Are they meeting? Are they meeting in the town? It's you! So happy we have a Silk Touch book. I may need it. In the meantime, we're going to wait for that other guy to go to work here, and then we're going to try and refresh his trades. See if we can get a mending book. One of the world building ideas could be an upgraded village, like a village transformation. Yeah, maybe. We'll see what we have time for, I guess. Like the idea of the villagers having something that looks like a more advanced civilization, but they still have all the same trades. They're still like, hey, do you want to buy some leather? Oster, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Brand new Prime sub to the channel. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. Happy to have you with us. Will I name the villagers for the background story of the world? I don't know if we'll really need to bother naming too much stuff. I don't know. Might as well grab the gold from the blacksmith. Honestly, I've got enough gold. Am I still going to do pranks? Half of my dungeons are going to be pranks. Like, legit, there are going to be so many opportunities to just, like, mess with people if I start designing custom dungeons and stuff. But it's going to be less motivated by, like, oh, your empire's having a disagreement with my empire, and much more about, like, I want to create an experience for somebody to, like, stumble upon and have an adventure, you know? It's going to be a bit more like Jungle Temple, Desert Temple kind of stuff, where, like, if you don't know how to defuse a trap for the first time, you get blown up by the Desert Temple, right? Like, that's sort of the vibe I'm going for, but on a slightly grander scale. But, I mean, we have skulk sensors now, so could build a trap anywhere and people just not know. Like, I could just pick a spot randomly, bury a skulk sensor underground, waterlog it so it doesn't make any noise, put a bunch of TNT minecarts nearby it, step back and wait. And if nobody blows up in that spot, then I guess I missed. There's a reason Cub has been saying that once the Skulk Sensor comes out, nobody is safe. It's because he's right. Am I eager to use the exploding creeper lingering potion trap thing? Entirely yes. Yes, Fraggle Meat, yes. You have... remember this. Fraggle Meat will remember this. No, don't leave. Don't leave. Come back. He's wandered off to become a cleric or something. You're a man of the cloth now. Okay. Don't leave again! Finally, you've seen sense. Bane of Arthropods 3 now! Even worse trade! Oh, hilarious. You're a funny one. That's what I like about you. Trade me some comedic books, please. Ideal from this would be... Oh, almost. I was going to say mending book, bookshelf trade. Because then you can just buy the bookshelves off of him and then break them down for books to use for mending. But, nah. Come on now. You know you want to. Loyalty? Be loyal to you if you give me mending. Lure 1. Oh. Protection 1. 5 emeralds, though. Dang. This guy knows what he's at with the prices. It's just the... Not the novel I'm looking at. Well, efficiency 3 for 40? That's a bit rough. Not gonna lie, it's a bit rough. This guy started as a joker. Oh, I have Fortune 3. I thought I had Fortune 2, but I think I might have combined one. Salient, thank you so much for the 9 months. Welcome back. Fire Protection 1. Not for me, thank you. You wanna maybe try that again? Don't know where he's going. Multi-shot. Multi-shoot you in a minute. My axe is going to have worn out by the time this guy actually gives me a mending trade. Curse of binding. Alright, alright. Channeling. Punch 1. Punch 1 you in a minute. It's even less threatening than the first one was. Loyalty. Keep them coming, keep them coming. Sweeping Edge 3, could almost use that. But not really farming anything yet. Flam. Alright, now he's just going to village meeting. Not even trading me anything. If I just keep, like, having him trip over this lectern as he goes past. Mending, but for 32! I can't do it. I can't do it. I think the lowest you can get mending for is, like, 10 emeralds or something. Legacy Villages was, like, 6. All I have to do is keep having him, like, brush past a lectern. Fortune 1. Normally I never ditch a mending trade if I see it, but 32 is just way too high. I think that's probably as expensive as it'd get. Yeah, I know the lowest is 1, but you know what I mean. Look, you, come back here. Listen here, you. Quick charge 1. Loyalty 3. That was a pretty cheap Loyalty 3 book. Frostwalker. Bane of Arthropods again. This guy keeps coming back to Bane of Arthropods. Go there. Aqua Affinity. I think I have that now. Frostwalker 1 that time. Lure 3. Maybe he has a huge phobia of spiders. To be fair, like, I've got good reason for him to have a huge phobia of spiders. I think I've probably killed more cave spiders than any other mob at this point. Infinity. If I didn't already have that on a bow, I'd be tempted. Smite 4. Projectile protection. More infinity. Even more expensive too. I was going to say that's a 58 trade for mending, imagine. Ah, he's going to bed now. Nope. Not going to catch him for a mending trade on the way back. Sleepy, sleepy. Better try with an enchanting table now. Can't get mending from an enchantment table. I could fish. Fishing Tuesday. Alright, you. Let's try again. Knockback 1. This is the point in the process at which I start to regret letting that 32 emerald mending trade go. But I know you can do better. I believe in you. Unbreaking 3 is also very good. That's probably my second favorite book trade. Just because I never end up getting Unbreaking 3 on stuff. Especially books. Like, if I try and enchant it in a table, I feel like Unbreaking 3 never comes up. But it applies to everything you can enchant, basically. Everything has durability. Every time I see a low price trade, I get my hopes up. And it turns out to be Bane of Arthropods 2 or whatever. This is the complete opposite of my survival guide luck, where I got mending within like 2 rerolls. Does anyone actually play with thorns? I guess PvP players probably do. Come back. Don't stare longingly at that grindstone. I see you. I wish I could be a blacksmith. Mending 22. That's a lot better. That is a lot better. I say we go for it. Or buy... Actually, I think I'll take somebody's advice and just break one of these. I can put it back. And then we'll chop down this tree for more emeralds. I didn't want this life, you know. I wanted to be a lumberjack. Sadly, only the player is ever a lumberjack. Have one chest plate with thorns just for doing raids and stuff? Yeah, that's fair. I guess if you have it on your chest plate, if you mostly wear a light tree, you don't tend to do it anyway. Yeah, we've been through the 5 stages of village trading. Some hardcore players use thorns, I guess. I guess it's useful in a pinch, but you have different priorities at that stage. I just don't like the fact that it damages mobs when you don't want it to, basically. How many times have I died? So far in this world, I think 3 or 4, I want to say. But a lot of those were like in the early stages where we were setting stuff up. Because we logged in just to like test everything, make sure voice chat was working, all of that stuff, and then you just idle and chat, and we spent a lot of time just punching each other and respawning. So they didn't really count, they weren't on camera for the series or whatever, but they happened. I'm not going to deny that they happened. It's in my stats somewhere, where it is. Number of deaths. Oh, 2, only 2, okay. Guess they didn't punch me enough. What's my favorite wood type? I mean, typically it's spruce. I really like mangrove now as well. And lately I've done a lot of building with dark oak and stuff, so it changes quite frequently. It really depends on the build. Let's bundle some of these, so I have enough room to break down some planks again. Planks again. Steal the hay bales? No, I'm alright. I've got a wheat farm. Stealing the hay bales is much more of a speedrunner move as well, and like, I ain't got no need to speedrun on the server. What I would steal the hay bales for, if anything, is probably target blocks. Or I guess for decoration, but... Loving the mangrove boats? Me too, me too. Just something about red being the color that it is. Got a book right there, what are you talking about? And every time I get an extra 22 emeralds and he's like, oh, 21. Don't really have much else I can give to you. I could give you some string, but I don't have any on me right now. Unbreaking 2 bow? Thanks. Thanks for that. If I thought about the type of structures I'd like to do in the server for lore purposes, yes. Am I going to share any of that with you right now? Not really. But I will be able to share some more details in future. We might end up doing some of it on stream. But yeah, I have plenty of ideas already. To wait till around midday for that guy to refresh his trades. When's the next episode coming out? Saturday at the latest. It might be earlier. I still need to edit together a few things and just see like how much I've already got of this episode. How many of the structures involve redstone? Many of them. I've done one pretty decent redstone project already. I just don't want to show it on camera. Bundles look so useful, they really are. So 1 episode a week. Maybe. It might end up being more. It might end up being... like, 1 episode takes a really, really long time. I don't know. Like, I'm still trying to feel out how the schedule is going to work, because it's really difficult to know for certain. Okay, so we have 3 mending books now, which is good for 2 pickaxes and probably my axe as well. And I guess I could come back if I want stuff for my armor. Alright. Quick poll. Should we stay here? Should we do? Stay here and trade mending. Go back and chop more. So I have 3 mending books. I can put those on the tools that are about half dead in terms of durability. If we stay here and trade, I want to get 4 mending books, 1 for each piece of armor. Like, the shovel can wait. The hose can probably wait. The sword isn't really all that damaged right now, and I still want to combine it, so I'll probably end up repairing it naturally and then getting another mending sword later. But do we stay here and trade more mending? Or do we go back and do some more chopping? We're going to be doing some more chopping after this anyway. But do you think it's worth staying here and continuing to trade with these villagers? Because I'm just going to be like, yeah, gathering emeralds and stuff. It's really just about what you want to happen in the next half hour or so. Will I be building my starter home for the next episode of Empires? No. And it seems weird, but like, I don't know if I want to build like a house, like, because the house, when you're building a starter house in a series like this, it's so tied to like your character, and I don't really have a character, so I feel like once I start building houses, it's going to be much more about like what I want to build for the overall shape of the savannah area. I don't know for certain if it's going to be like a starter house and just like, here's a cozy place for me to live, you know? And it's not even going to be necessarily like a field camp. Like, yeah, somebody suggested like tents and stuff like that. I don't necessarily want to do that because tents don't really have a great space for storage. And most of what I want out of a starter house is a place to store all of the stuff that I've acquired so far. Where did I leave that jungle tree growing? Are there any more saplings? There are. Good. Good. Wonderful. Oh. A surplus. Let's do this slightly closer to the village. What about infrastructure projects like a subway system? Maybe. It doesn't quite feel like it's in character for this server to have a subway system, because that feels too modern, but like obviously there's other stuff we can have, right? Just me and Joel right now. Trolley system. Yeah, I mean, close. I feel like something like minecarts, sort of like one of those minecart rides that you get at a theme park or something, seems a little bit more our speed. I just realized I have shulker boxes. Why am I worried about having stuff in my inventory when I have shulker boxes? Let me put these bits away. Is my armor enchanted? Yes. Yeah, the armor is invisible for a start, because we have a texture pack that renders the armor invisible. And also the enchantment glow is different because people have like custom textures and stuff, custom models that they want to do for their equipment later in the series. And so that way, if we end up with custom stuff happening, the purple glow of the default enchantment doesn't end up overwhelming somebody's hard work on a complex item texture. Why has Mojang removed bundles from the 1.18 update? They didn't work super well on mobile, and they want to make sure that all features roll out to all versions of the game as much as possible. Which I still don't quite get, because there's definitely stuff that didn't happen in Bedrock Edition for a couple of the releases. Like, Bedrock didn't get candles until 1.17.1, I think. But yeah, mobile players couldn't really use a bundle because you can't like hover over a bundle to see the contents if you have a touchscreen interface. But then they've also been overhauling the controls for mobile recently, so my hope is that eventually we end up with bundles working on both platforms. But bundles are, for people who are asking in chat, a way that you can store a bunch of different items up to a stack, so up to 64 individual items in a single inventory space, because you can just bundle them all into here. It obeys stack sizes the same way that any other item in your inventory does, though. So if you put eggs in here, you could only put 16 eggs. Each egg would take up the equivalent of 4 spaces that an item that stacks to 64 would. If you wanted to put like a spyglass in here, you can't do that right now because it has other contents, and the spyglass is like an unstackable item. They're for organization more than they are for storage, though. If you try and think of them like a desk tidy, that you can put all of your pencils and stuff in on your desk, and that means that you don't end up with tons of stuff just littering all over your desk. And it doesn't necessarily take up less space, it just has them all organized so you can get them back later and it's not all like in your way. So if you want to get like the sticks, the emeralds, that stuff out of the way, you can do it up to a point, but then the bundle gets filled up. And the last item you put in is the first item you get out. And that's actually really useful because let's say, for example, let's grab another stick from somewhere. I only have one plank of wood, so I can't do that immediately. But if we break the leaves of these trees, or we break the trees themselves, I suppose, because I did plant these, so I might as well. So yeah, here you go. The egg, right now it's 58 of 64. If I put the egg in there, it's 62 of 64. So it takes up the space of 4 items. But here's the fun thing. If I now want to get the sticks out without removing the egg from the bundle, if I have a stick in my inventory, I can put it in there, and now it's the last thing that I put in there, I can get all 15 of those sticks out. It's sort of like a magic trick. I kind of like that. But then I can just take the egg out and throw it. Yeah, bundles are like the junk drawer in your house. Yeah, that's how I've described them before, and I think it's a perfectly apt description. But like, see, I've got 7 gold ingots in here. If I wanted to get at those, this blacksmith has a couple of gold ingots. I can do this. Suddenly I have 8 gold now. I took it out of the bundle, right? I can put that together. I am going to take the gold after all, I decided. If I put that together into a gold block, then I can rescue the gold block from the middle of this without having to unpack the entire bundle. Like, it's pretty, like, once you start using them, it feels like a fun way of, like, shuffling items around and things. Like, it's neat. Is Anoya the goddess of bundles? Yes. Solid reference, Ginger. Well done. 10 out of 10. Is there a way to dump the bundle on the floor when you get back to base? Yeah. You hold it in your hands, you don't open your inventory, you right-click, and it just throws it all on the ground. Like that. And then you pick it all up, and then you just bundle up the stuff that you want to stash in there. And suddenly my inventory is a giant mess again. There we go. Pared it all down to just the stuff that I want. A bundle's new. They were implemented in 1.17, but they aren't in survival. You have to put them in with a data pack. They're just very, very good. Use a bundle to carry all the tools and stuff you always wish you had when you're far from home. Unfortunately, you can't end up doing that with tools, because the bundle has to be empty to carry one unstackable item. But if you want to bundle a bunch of little stuff like that, then... like campfires you can, leads you can, anvils you can, because they're all stackable. Workstations, I think they're really good for. Like, you can carry every villager workstation using, like, 1/4 of the capacity of a bundle. So if you want to go and set up a village somewhere else. But yeah, if you want inventory expansion, that's what shulker boxes are for. The cool thing is, the two are compatible. You can't put a shulker box in a bundle, but you can put a bundle in a shulker box. So here's what you do. If you want to use the space in your shulker box more efficiently, you just have a bundle in every shulker box, and then all of the like 1s and 2s of items, like if you go mining and you get like 2 or 3 of the andesite and diorite, but most of your shulker box is stone, you bundle all of that stuff, and suddenly you have 3 spaces that are totally free for more full stacks of cobblestone or whatever. Can you use pick block for an item in your bundle? No, it's not that powerful. You can't pull out an oak log from the bundle if you have one in there. Like, it doesn't work like that way as an extension to your inventory. Like, I can't like middle click on those oak planks and get them out of the bundle. It's not like having a second hotbar at that point. Then you fill your ender chest full of shulker boxes for maximized space. Yeah, I mean, it's about using the space more efficiently. That's really all it is. Yeah, the Fletcher raised the prices again. It's fine, though. I can wait for this tree to grow and just farm that, and then tomorrow when he refreshes, he'll be back to normal, I think. Does a hopper under a chest with a bundle take out the items from a bundle? No, because the bundle itself is an inventory item, so yeah, unless you could place the bundle in the world as like a placeable tile entity container, like chests or barrels or a dispenser or something, hoppers can't interact with them. There's a lot of like wishful thinking, pie-in-the-sky features that would be really good to make bundles a little bit more functional, but I think a lot of them just don't have any kind of practical basis in the way the game works, unless they make bundles into something that you could put on the ground like a chest, you know. Plasma Fleur, thank you so much for the 2 months. But believe me, if they had added bundles to default vanilla Minecraft, I would already have done like 7 survival guide episodes about them. They are one of the concepts in the game that I think is really, like, I won't say like underutilized because people haven't really had a chance to use it, but underappreciated. And I really wish more people had got behind the idea, because I honestly think if enough people are enthusiastic about them and weren't so skeptical to begin with, we would have them in Java Minecraft anyway, regardless of whether it was possible to implement them in Bedrock, just because people were so excited about it. Like, I feel like that's the only reason we actually ended up getting candles, because originally candles were delayed along with bundles, and then people were like, what? But I was really excited about the candles. The candles were going to be great. And then they were like, well, okay, we can kind of add the candles in Bedrock, we'll just have them later. If it doesn't work in mobile, leave it out of mobile. The problem is that then it has to be left out of the entirety of Bedrock, because Bedrock players can all play together on the same server, so then people with a console or PC edition Bedrock could have bundles, and then the mobile players couldn't, and that seems unfair. But it's also really weird for them to not implement them on Java as a result, but I can understand them wanting to keep everything coherent between versions. And to be fair, they have implemented them on Java, they're just not available by default. You have to cheat them in using commands, or, like we've done, get yourself a data pack. What was the holdup with candles again? I think, it was that they didn't have time to implement them properly on Bedrock. Like, does Bedrock have sea pickles yet? I feel like sea pickles were another thing that just got, like, held back on Bedrock for some reason. Do I think I've become more of a technical player slowly with time? By necessity. Like, I know how a lot of mechanics in the game work because I had to do tutorials for them. But yeah, on this server, like, I'm probably the one who's done the most technical stuff. Everyone else can, you know, hold their own, but I don't think anybody else here is really, like, a redstone guru. I mean, I'm not, but where does this guy come from? Is that his house, and he just wanders out into the field? I'm just going to trade with him at this point. What mod data pack is it where we can get bundles now? It's been a thing since bundles were implemented for Java. Vanilla Tweaks has it, and it's just in the utilities data packs, I guess. On this server, we have a crafting recipe. I mean, it's just a crafting recipe. That's probably what it is. We have a crafting recipe that adds them with leather instead of rabbit hide. Because there's no rabbits around the savannah, but there's plenty of cows. What we're trading for? Mending books. Which means I need to go and break another bookshelf in that man's house. We have 26 emeralds, which means we can buy one more. Imagine if he lowered the price. So we have one silk touch for mending. This guy's back to 31. What a legend. Really wish I could be bothered to zombify and cure these, but I'm not. No, you can't put a bundle in a bundle. No, that would be a little bit game breaking. Any more for any more? Alright, we can get one more book. 21! He lowered the price! He heard my pleas. And he lowered the price. Alright, 5. So that's all of the tools, or 2 pickaxes, the axe, and probably the armor as well. I mean, to be fair, the armor's all on about half durability anyway, so I think it really does need fixing. Sorry if it's your first time in the chat. We can only really respond in English here, so the moderators can understand everything that's being said. So if you could keep chatting English, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Be like putting a bag of holding in a bag of holding? Yes. And that creates cosmic level disaster. I do like this little attempt at a path, and then they were like, no. They decided they were going to build an overpass and then thought better of it. How is it bouncing to Minecraft series? Ask me again in a month, because right now I don't know. It's their pride rock. They lift the baby villagers up from there occasionally. And all of the llamas in the nearby savannah turn up. Basically construction in my area. Do you live in a village? A Minecraft village specifically. Choppin Tuesdays with the immediate gratification of mending books. I mean, you say immediate. It did take us a while to roll the right trades. It was immediate except for the 100 lectins we had to break to get that guy to trade the book we wanted. Somebody did ask how many lectins I'd broken, so we might as well... Oh wait, how is that? Mined, I guess. Oh, lot of skulk on there. Spoilers. 77. Hey, that's quite lucky, actually. why junglewood spruce would be easier. I mean, it's the same thing. Just need a tree that produces a lot of logs. I have spruce back at home, but I didn't bring any with me because I wasn't sure what I was going to find. I actually came out here looking for dark oak wood, but there were jungle trees nearby when I decided I was going to take a vacation here and farm some mini books. Did that guy refresh his trades again, or is that it? That it from you? Alright. For today, at least. Yeah, the Skulk stuff is fun. It's going to be very, very fun. Yes, Lawkeeper is the sort of unofficial title for what I'm doing this season. While they're waiting to refresh their trades again, which will be tomorrow morning, let's cast our eyes around the rest of this plains biome. We already raided that portal over there. That's where the gold blocks came from. Let's see if there's a dark oak forest this way. I think if we go this way, I might be a little too far east for it, but we might run into Jimmy's Mesa. Skulk sensors do give out a redstone signal, yes. Yes, they do. And you can also use them to detect different strengths of different like activities. If you have a comparator detect, like a comparator readout from a Skulk sensor, that will allow you to limit it to specific redstone signal strengths for different activities, different noises. Although it's kind of weird, like I haven't quite figured out how best to make sure that it's just... Oh, there it is. It's like needles. There's another village over there as well. Gosh, there's so many villages. I think that might be the one Jimmy's actually found, though. I haven't quite figured out the best way to make sure that it's reading a very specific signal strength and not like any higher or any lower. I think you could probably do it with comparators, but I'm not smart enough yet to figure out how. Because that's really the problem, is like, if you want to have it pick up somebody's footsteps, but only somebody's footsteps, it's like, how do you stop it from... How do you stop it from just detecting any higher signal strength than that? You kind of got to run it through a comparator and subtract mode or something, right? No, it's not about like which direct... Will occlude the sound in terms of like which direction it's coming from. Need a recoder, basically? Yeah. See, that's the stuff that I think would be really convenient and is the one problem with Skulk sensors right now. Is that we don't have anything that's very good at detecting... What? We don't have anything that's very good at detecting exact signal strengths. Because every redstone component is designed to be very, like, multi-purpose. Yeah, I saw the faceless villagers. I did like the idea that Jimmy was the only person who could see them. That was the lore. Was that, like, only Jimmy can see the faceless villagers. You don't want it to detect anything higher or lower. Yeah, so I think you probably have to run it through a comparator detecting a certain level of signal strength, and then you run it through another comparator in subtract mode, and you've kind of got to do... Use a comparator in subtract mode and compare it with a normal one. Yeah, that's probably it. But that, yeah, I just haven't quite figured out what that looks like in game and how that's going to be helpful. I wish you could stop the sensor from detecting certain sounds at all. Well, that's the thing, like, once with a little bit of redstone wiring, you can, in theory, stop it from outputting a redstone signal on certain sounds, and if it's waterlogged, then it's not going to make a noise when it detects just anything. Of a redstone component made with copper that can let you accept only the specified signal strength. Yeah, it's just how you do that in like a GUI, or without a GUI, preferably, so that it doesn't feel modded, you know? Because I feel like a lot of modded stuff, they're just like, sure, give it a brand new GUI with lots of extra buttons, and they don't want to do that with Minecraft because it's got to be a little bit more like you feel your way through things rather than have to do a bunch of reading. Like there's very little text in this game for a reason. Have a design for that you found on YouTube? Yeah, no worries. I'll probably do a little bit of testing on my own as well, because I like puzzling my way through this, because if I just follow somebody else's tutorial on YouTube, I can recreate something block for block, but I don't feel like I have learned from it. I don't feel like I understand it super well. But I don't know, maybe it'll help. What if it was a container that only held redstone dust and the amount of dust determined the strength it accepts? Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't know. It's just really weird if redstone dust had a stack size between 1 and 15. Because, like, that goes against the usual rules for stack sizes. If it has a click function like a repeater with just 15 settings. I suppose so. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know what that looks like. A range of colors instead of a number. I mean, like the note block, kind of. You hold down right click on a note block and it cycles through the different colors of notes and different pitches and that kind of stuff. Maybe. Where's our librarian friend? Where did he go? Wait a second. What have you done with him? Where is he? Why is this guy not refreshing his trades? Where is my friend? Gone. Vanished. Apples. Labour strike. I mean, to be fair, I would entirely support that. There's probably just a house like this where he's like stuck on the carpet or something, but... Dude, refresh your trades. Dang it, it's like midday. I always worry that they've been like around those saplings and the tree grew up through them and they suffocated and died. Or there's like an area like in my survival guide village where they get in here and they just like get stuck under here and just die in a water source somewhere. I bet that's what's happened. Minecraft can't keep these guys safe for like 2 seconds sometimes. There's 2 leather workers up here who just kind of live. Goodness knows how, because there's a giant tree in front of their front doors. There's a guy in here who just doesn't have a job because he can't leave his house. Yikes. Yeah, I'm incredibly worried this man's walked into a puddle and drowned. If he doesn't turn up in the next day or two, I need to go home. Don't want to be seen as an accessory to the crime. I'll have the sheriff out to get me.
Well, that's just prime.
The Silk Touch guy is still here, but no sign of the other one. Yeah, we'll know that he's gone missing if another unemployed villager turns up and pairs to that workstation and has different trades. Did anyone see False's first episode? Jelly. In False's first episode, there's an amazing... Oh! There's an amazing bit where a bunch of her villagers... Or, like, she like, finds a village and there's just a ton of villagers, like, standing in a ravine. And she's like, oh, thank God. Like, I thought somebody had found this village, but... they hadn't, and then a creeper just like walks up. And like the panic, like, you know when somebody starts playing and like they don't have like a face cam or anything, but you're just immediately like seeing that they're just doing this all the time, and they're just like, no, run, run, run. They're just like shaking their field of view around. Like, oh, I felt it so hard. It was like, I've been there, False. Alright, is this guy trying to get to his workstation? Because through solid rock is not the best pathfinding you could have done. But I guess we can probably try and dig you out of this hole of your own creation. Oh, and now he can't get up onto this block, specifically. My man, emancipate yourself. He's gonna die. Oh, it's meeting time as well. He's not even tracking to the workstation now. He's trying to find the bell. Oh. I hate this game sometimes. My dude. Climb the stairs. Oh. All we needed to do was, swear, dude. We just needed to say it with the right level of authority. I'm the health and safety inspector for this area, and I'm cordoning this off as a public hazard. Absolutely not. No. Do not go down here. Planks. Put his legs in there and build him a cave house. Yeah, he's just decided to live a more primitive lifestyle. And to be fair, I respect that. We're all too connected these days. Sometimes you got to unplug, you know? From your lectern, specifically. That one Fletcher is still trading me 43 sticks for an emerald, I swear. 10 jungle saplings, though. I still don't have any dark oak wood. We need to go and find some dark oak wood, chat. I have to go and raid Mythical Sausage's base or something. Become a pirate. Read fewer books. Yeah, exactly, right? The primitive scholar. He's becoming a hermit, and not in the Hermitcraft sense, but in the sense of, like, you know, going out into the wilderness and taking only the knowledge you have with you. Learning to survive. There he is. Actually, that's the Silk Touch guy. I can tell from the belt buckle. I swear if that guy becomes like the Fletcher. Oh, speaking of who. If that guy becomes like the Fletcher from my Savannah village on Survival Guide, where he just like walks down to that cave every morning, I'm going to be so mad. Nope, there he is. Perfect. I like you. How's the world building coming along? I mean, it's going. I need to get decent tools first. Oi! But yeah, I got some plans. How long do I stream for? I usually start at 3 p.m. my time and stream until 6, so I would be wrapping up now. Except we started about 40 minutes late because my partner had a singing lesson that I didn't want to worry about them being, you know, heard in the background. So I was starting a little later and finishing a little later today. Did I see Lizzie's musical? I did. It was very good. And also, like 50 minutes long or something. It was pretty impressive. Oh. Thought you'd be doing more set building? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a bit of that, but also I definitely want to be in other people's videos, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not just going to be stage crew for this series. Like, I want to be an active participant. But yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I didn't want to not tell a story. I just want to tell a story on slightly different terms than last time, you know? Wicked Stacy, welcome to Twitch. This is typically what we end up with. It's no biggie though. People are just excited. People are just excited to be there. My man, it's good to have you back. Alright, we're back to 43 sticks, but you know what? We're so close to having another mending book, I'm gonna pay up. I'm gonna pay up, and we're probably gonna leave town in a second. Because we have... At this point... I need one more book, but I think my sugarcane here has grown. Do we have any more leather? We do. It's buried, though. This is like that one thing where, I think Grian has talked about this as well, where you like go halfway across your base to pick block something instead of opening your inventory and moving stuff to your hotbar because you're just so used to pick block. This is me and bundles, because now I'll do this and I'll get the rest of the leather out of my inventory, but I'll already have some more leather. That's just what the situation here has come to. Like, I will literally... I'll make crafting tables to get these 2 crafting tables out of my bundle. Although, if I've left one around here somewhere, I don't think I have. Alright, fine. There they are. Yeah. Paper, books, and finally, our last mending book. Beautiful. All right, let's head on home. We'll have to travel in a different direction, I think, to find a dark oak forest. We might try going north. Say bye to Jelly, folks. Bye, Jelly. Welcome in, DeAndre. I'm not the Copper King anymore, but thank you. Would I ever do the Netherite Beacon again? Honestly, yes, but not for a while. Like, I'm not just going to do that on every season of Survival Guide. But, like, yeah. Getting all of that stuff, like, it felt probably more special because it was the first time doing it, and not that many people had done it. But, it was just really fun, just having something to do on streams, chatting to everybody every week, just powering through and getting that much ancient debris. Do I have any specialty this season in terms of trade and stuff? Not really. I'm going to be filling in the gaps around other people because my empire is going to be more of a background kind of thing than it being a central part of my on-screen character. Or rather, the world is going to be my character, and me as an entity, I'm not really going to be, like, trying to become a commercial powerhouse or anything. Like, I really just want to make sure that the people on this server have the stuff they want to do awesome builds. So, like, I think Scott mentioned in the Discord that a frog-light farm would be a really useful thing. That's something I absolutely plan on setting up when we can find a bastion. And, yeah, there's just, like, tons of cool stuff like that we can do. But my main export, really, is going to be experiences for the other players. Kind of similar to what B-Dubs is doing on Hermitcraft right now. I'm the side character that's actually the main villain? No, I don't plan on becoming a villain. If the other people decide to, like, plant me as the villain, then that's a different story. But, like, in terms of, like, hamming it up as a character, I don't really see myself doing that. Like, one of the things I really want to avoid, and if the others don't agree, then that's the way it goes, but I really want to avoid us having something like Zornoth this season. Because I feel like that always feels so weird in Minecraft stuff. Nobody plans on becoming a villain. What's up, Ollie? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that happening. And everyone, the story is always like, you know, every villain thinks they're the hero of their own story, right? That's how the saying goes. Yeah, I kind of want to avoid us doing something that's just like, it feels like we're rehashing the same plotline. Like, people might want to use the Skulk as like a new kind of corruption thing because it naturally looks that way. It's got this infestation kind of feel to it, nice and easy to spin up some lore around that. I think it's low-hanging fruit. I think it's too easy. I still think there are ways in which we can make the conflict feel less personal and more global, you know? And, like, some people are already setting up villains for themselves. Like, Joey's got this whole talk about, like, his, you know, these skeleton pirates who've ended up losing him his ship and his crew and all that stuff. Like, that's cool. And that doesn't have to be, like, this theatrical big bad kind of thing. Like, it worked really well for Season 1. I don't know if it's the right thing for Season 2. I want to do something different. Alright. The main thing I want to do right now is put mending on all of my stuff. Alas, poor mythical sausage. I throw a flower onto your grave. It's actually an oak sapling. There you go. We don't need any lapis or anything. We need these books. That may be the last time I go to that village. Again, like, if we can get some other stuff like this in future, if we need to, then I want to be able to trade it from other people. But right now, I just don't want these tools to break because it took me so long to get a Silk Touch pickaxe. So we can get really, really cheap mending right now and then not have to worry about, like, repairing all of this stuff with diamonds. So I'm going to put this on the armor. And now we're a mending boy. I can go back to chopping in peace. And we have a Silk Touch book here as well, which I might apply to the axe at some stage. But I already have a Silk Touch shovel and a Silk Touch pickaxe, plus we've got this hoe, which is incredible. I don't really see myself needing a Silk Touch axe right away. So it can wait, maybe. Of my character being a random archaeologist that get pulled into shenanigans against his will? Yeah. I've talked about, like, maybe being the NPC from somebody else's kingdom if I need to be, you know? Like, if somebody needs a character to be, like, killed in the background while some big siege is happening or something, like, I'll do that. I'm not good at acting, but I can kind of ham it up in the background, maybe, I don't know. Whip is the only one I can see becoming a villain. He's too cheeky to be a villain, though. I don't know. I shouldn't start saying stuff like that, because who knows, I might be getting ahead of myself. It's the cheeky lads, cheeky goblin lads. Let's put the planks in here. Got plenty of room for those already. Alright, and I am going to temporarily log out here and just run to the bathroom real quick. We're going to continue the stream, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. Chat! You lovely bunch of coconuts. How are you? McLesley, thank you for the 100 bits. It's Science Owl Cassius Crafts, thank you for the resubs. How long do I have to wait on the new chair? Oh, ages. It's not going to be here for a while. Chair is a great backup host. Does alright. Let's hop back in. Shockbite is the server host. We host on Shockbite. I know this because there's an icon. I'm back. Back and ready to chop some wood. So, obviously we cut a lot of jungle logs there, but we didn't bring any of them home with us. So I guess we'd better do that. Throw some of these in here. Azalea. Oh, it's raining. But not here. Like the idea of Pixlriffs being the quest giver? Yeah, like... I could do like a bounty board kind of situation, except... I don't know. I'm the one... I'm literally the town crier, being like, hear ye, there is a bounty on the head of the pillager captain at the nearby outpost, whatever. Don't know if anybody is really medieval enough to need a town crier, but you know what I mean. There's much evil hidden under this beard. I mean, yeah, the rest of my face is pretty bad, so... Hence the beard. I need to give the beard a bit of a trim, to be honest. It's getting a bit walrusy in the mustache department. Sheriff picks. Absolutely not. There's only one sheriff on this server. He's got the hat and everything. You can't sheriff picks me. There is only one. The sheriff. I don't have the zoom in thing that Jimmy does. The artists in this fandom work fast. They sure do. It's incredible. Like, one of the main reasons I was so excited to start this series again is because the community is so great, and because there are some very, very talented people making, like, art. And, like, one of the things I absolutely love about doing what I do is being able to inspire other people. And those people clearly don't need me as inspiration, but for whatever reason they've decided to make like fan art of my character or somebody else's character, and I'm just like, this is so cool. It's so cool to be a part of. Like, it's something I never want to take for granted, that there are just some incredibly talented people out there. Plan on doing something to the spawn, like making it a town or a dungeon. We're probably going to chat about it more behind the scenes, because I expect other people have like a certain amount of vision for that. But yeah, making it a town or something, having a place that people can build embassies or shops. I mean, probably not shops, because we don't want to have like a shopping district, and that's what it's in danger of becoming. But like, I think the idea is that maybe people will have shops in their own empires. I'm not sure. We haven't really, like, ironed out rules for that side of things yet. And some people haven't even started, you know, figuring out what their resource is going to be that they're farming. Oh, yes. Yes. I need to respond to that. What could you put in a dungeon to make it worth exploring? I mean, loot. First and foremost, everybody likes getting some diamond stuff. But honestly, I think part of the fun of dungeon crawl stuff like that is more just the experience. To like make it worth exploring, there's got to be like a few twists and turns, a few things that the player can find, and maybe some stuff that like rewards them for exploring. That's one of the lessons I've taken away from playing Elden Ring, is the amount of detail they put into the world, the amount of like handcrafted stuff that's just around every corner. So like, if you follow a path a certain direction, like there's maybe a couple of hints about where to go, or like there'll be an NPC that tells you like, maybe you can get around this if you try hard enough, and then like it helps you feel really smart for figuring out the way to get around a certain obstacle, or for noticing that a road leads up to a wall that if you roll into it or hit it with a sword, the wall disappears and it turns out it's an illusion and there's a treasure chest behind it and that kind of stuff. You can do some cool stuff with that. A tavern would be really cool. Yeah, I mean, there could very easily be some sort of like inn at spawn where people can take shelter if they respawn there, if their bed was destroyed or whatever. You could do some stuff like that. Not sure what Sausage is up to today. Indiana Jones booby traps, yes and yes. Yeah, you could have mimics. Yeah, trap chest. Yeah. How long did it take me to kill Melania? I was basically on day 3 of trying, so a while. Yeah, I ended up respecking to use Rivers of Blood because I'd heard that was an easy way to do it, and I sure as heck wasn't going to beat it the hard way. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time refining some stuff. But yeah, I was happy I did it. I basically just got really lucky with the second round, and there weren't any particularly intense attacks for me to dodge. Armor is hidden. Shocked when I saw you go fighting the Ender Dragon without any armor. I mean, when I only installed the invisible armor thing today, so when we went to fight the Ender Dragon, I didn't have any armor physically on me. It was in my inventory, though, so I could put it on once we went to fight the dragon. See, I don't really have any bone meal right now, but the trees are just growing on their own, so... I mean, that's a lie. I do have bone meal. I just don't want to use all of it at the moment. Don't want to use it on stuff I don't have to, because trees will grow on their own. Your latest SMP, you've been deliberately sticking with iron gear and basic enchants until you get to a point where better gear is available in loot tables? Yeah. It's a fun challenge to play Minecraft like that every so often. You just try and come up with your own progression through the game instead of just skipping straight ahead, because you know you can. Like, that's the kind of thing that I find it funny when people describe stuff as being endgame when it's possible to get to endgame in the span of about 20 minutes if you know what you're doing, right? Put on my armor. There we go. It's already on. Feels weird. Like, I like the fact that we have the invisible armor thing. Yeah. I'm into it. Quite interesting that last thing, your thing was seeing the future, but now it's the past. That's the thing. The fandom came up with the idea of me seeing the future. My thing was just, I'm tracking how many times people have died. Like, I saw a bunch of people writing about it like I'd, you know, become some sort of prophet or whatever, right? And that was not really a character decision I made. It's friendly fire off so nobody's empire gets burned down. I mean, fire spread is off. Which is why that abandoned mineshaft underground that me and Fwip were exploring, it was on fire because I think it had just generated that way, but it wasn't continuing to burn. Where can you get the invisible armor pack? I mean, if you search for Minecraft 1.19 invisible armor, you'll probably find it. Although, to be fair, I don't think it's made for version 1.19, it just still works in 1.19. Is it possible that warriors of the ancient world killed the dragon? It's possible, yeah. Invisible armor has to be one of the better quality of life mods out there. This is just a resource pack. It may be tied into some of the mods we have, like we have custom entity models and stuff in here, so I don't know if that's part of it, but... Went to Vanilla Tweaks for a pack to switch off the fog. Also found one to make beacon beams into bacon beams. Very nice. I could really do with a beacon, actually, for the amount of stone that I need to gather. But I get the sense that the nether fortress we found so far isn't going to be great for fighting wither skeletons. Really want to find one in a warped forest or a soul sand valley. And I don't really feel like exploring the nether right now, especially now I've just got mending on all of my stuff. And then die in lava and lose it all, you know? That'll probably do for spruce, actually. Like, the way I've got it plotted out now in my storage system, because there are 9 different types of wood, Lizzie's back. Because there are 9 different types of wood, there's 9 slots of a chest inventory. Like, you can just have 6 stacks of each type of wood and it will fill up a large chest. So I'm thinking we do that. And then we get like a couple more trees and we're good. Like small trees even. Yeah, we have bundles in a crafting recipe that's been added. It's not really a data pack in that sense. Because I guess crafting recipes are data packs, but it's neither here nor there. There are 7 woods. I mean, there's 2 large nether fungi or whatever, but same dang thing. They still make sticks like everything else. Smallest trees, yes. I'm only going to stop calling the nether woods when they stop having the same plank texture as every other dang wood in this game. Looking at you, Jasper. Why does the bundle data pack require leather and not rabbit hide? Because cows are much more common and people don't always want to kill rabbits. I think it's more just a quality of life thing. There is a bundled recipe that does require rabbit hide on Vanilla Tweaks. If you prefer that, we just added the one that was less rabbit cruelty, I guess. Let's throw this, because we have plenty of chickens. Cows don't hop as randomly. I mean, rabbits are easy enough to control if you've got a carrot or a dandelion or whatever, but they're still kind of a pain for people who aren't used to them. Yeah, unless you've got those hopping cows. Those Madagascan hopping cows. Kangaroos. Rabbits are annoying. Everything in this game is annoying if you just generally grumpy. How you said you're not doing lore for yourself this season, and the fandom said gives us a perfect opportunity to headcanon to our heart's desire. Exactly. That's part of the reason I'm doing it as well, is that like the audience tends to make up their own versions of the story anyway, so like I like the idea of being more of a blank canvas for people who want to do that.
That's just pride.
Like, I don't want to contradict anybody else's idea of what this whole thing could be. And I know that doesn't ever stop anybody writing fan fiction, but I don't know, I just kind of like the... I like the idea. How do you turn off slow mode? You don't. Slow mode is a thing that's been applied to the entire channel by the moderators so that they can keep track of the chat more easily, because it's very difficult to moderate a fast-moving chat. So you'll only be able to post a message every handful of seconds, but that's a good reason to keep your messages succinct, to the point, and contribute to the chat in a productive way instead of just spamming like a lot of Twitch chats get. I love a spammy chat myself, but I also want my moderators to not tear their hair out. So it is kind of helpful for people who need to moderate stuff, especially since we keep a family-friendly channel here, and it can be difficult to act on anything that might be inappropriate happening in the chat. Yes, Ginger is only one person until we can perfect the cloning technology. Do I have a source of XP? I do. I'm not going to go mend anything right now because it's a spoiler for the next episode, but yeah. People have seen a couple of hints about it already. I won't say much more. Yeah, we don't spam unless it's nerd, and that time you only need to say it once because everybody else in chat is saying it as well. Just put this glass down on something. Oh. Yes, with the princess, I'm glad I'm on Empires as well. It's nice to be back. Short, succinct, persuasive. Was there like a meeting for a decision on bringing Empire's SMP back? Not especially. We just said we wanted to do something when 119 came out. We wanted everybody to have enough of a break that they could, you know, go and carry on with their projects. Like, initially, right, here's the thing. Here's why I get kind of annoyed when people tell me that I, like, bailed on Season 1. Initially, when Season 1 was pitched to me by Fwip, I said, well, I'm probably only going to want to do that until 118 comes out, because then the Caves and Cliffs terrain is going to be new. I'll want to restart Survival Guide. And he said, yeah, we'll probably be done by 118 anyway. So I had always envisioned a series that was only going to last up until 118, and I was very upfront with the others from the start about that was the time I'd probably tap out of the series. And like, when things kind of developed and it was pretty clear, like, obviously with Joey and Shubble joining us like a month or so into the season, it was pretty clear that things weren't going to be wrapping up in time for 118's release, and we didn't know exactly what the 118 release date was going to be. We all thought it was going to be like January of next year, and then it came out in like November. Everybody else said basically like, we want to extend the season so that we can stay on and complete the story that we're trying to tell. And that was initially my hope, was that I was going to be able to handle both series at the same time, but honestly, Survival Guide was always going to take priority, and that was sort of my plan from the beginning. So I always find it a little bit uncharitable when people say, like, I abandoned Season 1 of Empires, when really I did just what I said I was going to do all along, and it turned out that that wasn't what everybody else ended up doing. Did anyone not want the series back? I'm confused. Because, like, if anybody doesn't want there to be an Empire Season 2, then they just don't have to participate. I mean, like, Pearlescent Moon isn't back for Season 2. And that's because she's so busy with Hermitcraft stuff and wants to have, like, a relatively normal life instead of juggling all of these series all at the same time. But nobody in this group who is still participating is going to say, you shouldn't do Empire Season 2. Like, we all understand that it's up to each individual person whether or not they return, and we're all on such good terms that I don't expect anybody would ever deny anybody else the right to make a YouTube series if they wanted to. Like, it doesn't really work like that, you know? But we'd all pretty much said, like, when the next Minecraft update comes out, we're doing something. But yeah, nobody is going to be like, I vote to not do a fun project. Or like, you know, if they vote to not do a fun project, then that's entirely up to them. But you're not going to stop the rest of us. What's my favorite frog color? The green ones. I really love the green ones. I know that's kind of like stereotypical frog color, but they're just great. Is there a schedule on SMP videos? Nope. Still working out how often I'm going to be able to post Empires because of the amount of effort I want to go into this series and the amount of big ideas I have, and also the fact that I'm going to be building stuff that other people are going to be seeing in their videos before I'm able to release it as one of my videos, because I don't want people to get spoiled. And if you work it into your story that, like, Mythical Sausage last time was, like, had the Ravens of Mythland or whatever, where it was, like, he had this network of spies, and it was just people in his YouTube comments who told him when so-and-so had betrayed him or whatever, right? And, like, if you want to have that as part of your character, then that's fine, but if I designed some kind of cool dungeon experience for somebody and I explained how it all worked, I wouldn't want somebody to go into the comments and be like, oh, hey, you actually just break the wall at the beginning and then you have like a corridor that takes you through the whole level. Like, I don't want people in the comments like spoiling the dungeons for other people. And like a lot of the folks on this server are going to be people who like glance at or read their comments the majority of the time because it's fun. It's part of the fun of doing all of this. So I sort of don't want to spoil the surprise for those people, which means that I'm going to have to delay certain episodes coming out if I've worked really hard on a project even, because I know for a fact that whoever I built the thing for is going to be running through it at some stage. Jimmy should watch Survival Guide. I mean, I'm not going to argue. I'd like another view, but I think Jimmy knows what he's doing. Is that the same guy? It is the same guy. Now I have emeralds. I can buy one dark oak sapling. Let's go north. Let's go find a dark oak tree, because I'm pretty sure there will be some up there. Up there near mountain. See, now I bought one dark oak sapling. That's basically like my insurance. If I only get 3 dark oak saplings from whatever tree I take down over here, I'll be back for more. Those should really come in a 4-pack. I know, for 5 emeralds as well. But that is the good stuff, though, really. When it comes to the Wandering Trader, you want him to be able to bring you trees from other places. So I'm really happy that I have this mountain here, because I can see myself building with a lot of calcite. For like ancient structures and stuff, it kind of makes sense for there to be like a marble sort of material mixed in there. Is this a tiny little grove? Oh, tiny little powder snow patch. Beautiful. Oh, actually, it's not too bad. It's kind of along the edge of the biome here, I suppose. I thought that was just like one tree and that was it, you know? Polished diorite looks a lot like marble. It does, but it's got that bevel around the outside. It's got a giant border. A 1-pixel border, but it makes all the difference. Like, having a connected texture like calcite, where it tiles really well, and doesn't, like, have a really obvious join in it, is kind of, like, my favorite thing. Because a lot of the time... Oh, a path. Like, a lot of the time, marble is going to be in longer, kind of rectangular feeling, or like cuboid, I guess, slabs, instead of it being in meter by meter cubes. And you just don't have the option of doing that with those tiled textures like diorite. Like polished diorite, at least. You got mangrove propagules from the trader? Nice. I would probably have ended up not buying one if that trader offered me that. Because, like I said, I want to be able to go and find the mangrove swamp. Maybe borrow a frog. Be like, I'll bring this back as frog lights. There it is. Yeah, I knew there was going to be one up here somewhere. To be fair, I drew the map, so... So, a couple of other fun tidbits that I mentioned on Twitter, but folks who are here on Twitch who might not be following on Twitter won't know. First of all, the logo with the 2 swords in it, that was kind of something I said as a joke. We were talking about it, and we were like, do we want to have anything that changes the logo to, say, Empires 2 or whatever, right? Like, how do we want to modify that? And most people were like, we can probably keep it the way it is. It's fine. Don't really have any, like, strong ideas one way or the other. And I joked that we could just put a second sword coming out of it and just add one each time a new season happens, and then it'd end up being like the grass block is just a pin cushion with swords sticking into it everywhere. And we were laughing about that, and then Scott was like, you know, I could have our logo artist draw up a version that has a second sword. And we were like, yeah, go on then. And it turned out that it actually worked quite well, and then we were like, well, I guess we're doing that then. But it was so funny. It was just like something I said as a joke, more or less. And so not to take all the credit, because obviously, like, people okayed the idea and went ahead with it and everything. But I was kind of like, I was quite amused that one of my silly joke ideas ended up being something we did. Also, I found the seed. I found the seed for this world, and it was not like through any amount of effort other than just re-rolling seeds on chunk base, and then we found this one. I wasn't entering in any like text or anything. I was just hitting random, and we were looking for something that had all the biomes people wanted, because people wanted to build in like a mountain and have various other bits and pieces close by. Like Lizzie wanted a birch forest, Jimmy wanted a mesa, that kind of thing, right? And so we were just in a voice call re-rolling chunk base over and over again just to try and find some seeds that had some stuff. I loaded up this world, and Spawn being like on the other side of that mountain range, I was immediately like, I think I've got something here. And we looked around for a little while, and I like shared my screen in Discord so we could see all of it. And a couple of people weren't there. I think Joey wasn't there, and I think Joey was the one who was like, I'm still not quite sure about this seed, not sure if I can find a place that I really like. And then he ended up finding the spot that you see in his starter video. And I was so happy with it, like, instantly. It was like love at first sight with a Minecraft seed. So I was very, very happy that I'd initially been unsure about whether I was going to be part of Season 2, like, way back. And then I feel like I've really contributed something special to this season just by, like, you know, throwing out some silly logo ideas and finding us a decent world seed. Alright, we have tons of dark oak saplings, which is something I never thought I would say, but we have enough for 2 trees now, including that one we got from the Wandering Trader. So what's the seed? We're not going to be sharing it until the season ends. We did the same thing last season with Empires 1, but yeah, if we end up sharing the seed, then we get a bunch of people leaving us comments, like with the spoilers about other people's episodes. We get people leaving us comments saying like, oh, there's a triple spawner at these coordinates or whatever, and people just go scouting for it thinking that they're helping, when actually it's much more fun for us to be able to explore the world in a more organic way. We don't want people like plotting out every move. Just don't show the nether roof. Yeah, I don't think any of us are really planning on doing much with the nether. We didn't last season. Like, last season we didn't even really have a nether hub. We had a couple of portals and maybe some loose bridges between them, and that was it, because all of the stuff happened in the overworld. Like, there might have been a couple of farms built in the nether somewhere, but that was really it. Someone activated non-binary lights, and those are non-binary lights, I'm pretty sure. Like, if it's unclear, those happen automatically. It's not like a channel point thing that I have to act on. It's something that, yeah, automatically changes in the background when somebody redeems it. Would have been so cool to see Nether Empire. Hey, somebody might do it this season, we don't know. So I have a schedule for when I'm making an episode. I'm planning on releasing an episode at least once a week if I can. Probably on Saturdays if I don't make it sooner. But this seems like the kind of season where I want to do a lot of... like... I want each episode to feel like something special. So I would love to do... like a lot of effort going into each episode. Instead of just making episodes for the sake of it, you know what I mean? So I'm going to try my best to come out with them pretty regularly. But if they take a little bit of extra time, it's just because I'm trying to make them extra good. So yeah, the initial plan right now is to do survival guide episodes 2 or 3 times a week, and then one big Empires episode either on Saturdays or before, depending on how the timing works out. So they'll not be like when one person uploads episode 2, everyone will. No, nothing like that. It's not going to be like Double Life, because we don't all record in groups, and it's not like plot developments can happen for each individual person instead of them being something that happens in one big voice call, you know? Wow. Like, if that went further down into the world, like if that actually like led to the Deep Dark or something, that would be so cool. But that's the heck of a pit. Earlier today, because I'd been doing some work in Survival Guide and I came back to Empires, I forgot I had an elytra and I did jump off something quite high before I had feather falling. I didn't end up dying, but I think I lost like 4 hearts. I have protection on my armor, but I was just like, yep, that's the first time in a while I've made that mistake. Because I've only been playing one world for the last 6 months, you know what I mean? There wasn't a dungeon there, it was glow lichen. It always looks like cobblestone on the side, doesn't it? But no, it was glow lichen, unfortunately. There is spawn. And so, like, when I loaded this up in single player, when we were scouting the seeds and stuff, I had a 24 chunk render distance, I think. And so I immediately saw 2 things. Like, I spawned in, like, right here. I saw that mountain range, which I think is now where Thwip lives. Like, that mountain range over there. And I saw this lake over here. Nice bridge. But yeah, I saw this lake. This lake is in my video and basically borders on the savannah. And so I got some big plans for this lake. But yeah, there's like some really cool caverns down here and stuff, and yeah, like you can do some neat stuff. Oh, opportunity for me to build a dungeon. I got you. Oh, I mean, everything in this server is an opportunity for me to build a dungeon. That's the problem. Use proximity chat. Yes, I have it on right now. I just have the icons hidden. So if I hit this, you can see that I've actually been talking into the ether the entire time, and it's only 2 people on the server who can hear me. But they're not going to be able to hear me from this distance anyway, unless they're right there. Will I be doing work around spawn? That's the idea. I mean, my savannah base is like just there, so I can still see spawn from this hilltop, and I can see my base from there. So yeah, my plan is to do some stuff around here. That one chicken made 12 eggs? Yeah, I've been there for a while. Does the lake have a name? Not yet. But we haven't really got around to naming a huge amount of stuff. Like, I think some people have names for their empires, but most of us don't. I don't, because, I don't know, maybe the name has been lost to the past. Or something. We'll see. Okay, cool. I thought that said 4. I was like, how did that maths work? Season 2 Empire will really complement with Savannah and Desert builds? Yeah, I mean... I'm really excited to use mud and mud bricks. I think those are going to be really fun to work with. Am I in charge of building bridges and roads and the community center? Yes. The community center especially. Like, I'm going to Stardew Valley it. I'm going to bring people one of every fish and one of every crop. And then the little apple spirits are going to be really happy with me. What am I doing? Why am I... I just had this weird moment of like, how do I dark oak sapling again? I need to put 4 of these in a square, right? That's got to be in my inventory, surely. This is why I don't normally stream for 3 hours, because after 3 hours my brain just deletes itself. One of every tropical fish? Yeah, gosh, that's going to be like 2,000 fish or something. Streamer brain, it is a real problem, affecting every 1-in-1 streamers. Do I know who's been to the end? Yes, everybody on the server except Scott. I don't know if Scott's actually been there yet. Although, like Jimmy, he was quite surprised to find that Joel has 6 elytra. What are my thoughts on the dirt bridge, real relative? I think I can do better. It's probably my thoughts on the dirt bridge. Trying to craft a sapling block. Trying to craft dark oak saplings into just 1 sapling I can place, please. It's wishful thinking on my part. Man, jungle trees are going to be so good for getting vines as well. Like, I could set up a moss farm to make mossy cobblestone, or I could just grow jungle trees forever and get some efficiency 5 shears. Come on, I can reach that. Yeah, there we go. I know my own limits. What do I build ideas and build genre for Season 2? My empire is going to be the past. I'm going to be building some ruins of a long-forgotten city in this savannah area. I want to build a castle at some point. And I'm also going to be building dungeons and ruins and mysterious stuff all around the world where people's empires are not, so that people can like stumble into cool Easter eggs and mysterious things hidden around the world. That's the idea. Signed up for the Overwatch 2 beta? Nope. Not really into first-person shooters, least of all competitive ones. I do first-person puzzle games and crafting games. I could make an underground shrine. I could! Imagine that. Alright, that's enough jungle wood, I think. I think I might store some of this here for now, because I don't have the nether woods yet. And then we'll put these there. And we've got the birch there as well. Consider these placeholders. And then mangrove will go there. I ever pondered the idea of a Terraria guide? No, because I've not really been playing Terraria for nearly as long as I have Minecraft. Like, if I look at my Steam profile right now, I probably have, like, a couple hundred hours in Terraria from having made 2 series on it. But I need to know the game a lot better than that. I would have to have been playing it for as long as people like Chippy and Python had to really make a comprehensive guide to it. Besides that, Terraria isn't really as big as Minecraft is. Development on it has ended now. Like, it's still got its community and everything, but I don't really feel like a Terraria guide would end up being as popular as you might think. I'm not just somebody who makes tutorials for whatever. Like, I have to make tutorials about stuff that I'm really passionate about and I know really well. And even then I get stuff wrong about Minecraft all the time, so I'm still learning, you know? But But I feel like of the two of them, Terraria is more of an action game with sandbox elements, and Minecraft is a sandbox game with occasional action. That's really how I feel about it. Like, the focus of Terraria from minute 1 of the game is, like, defend yourself, maybe build some stuff, but also, like, combat is pretty important. Whereas in Minecraft, combat is something that you can pretty much ignore. I kind of like this change to the dark oak leaves. I think it's nice that they have a different texture than the regular oak ones. And I'm having kind of like the idea of apples in there somewhere. They nerf Fortune 3 in 1.19? No, why would they? You just having trouble getting diamonds or what? The appeal of Minecraft, you can do this, but you don't have to. Exactly. You can go to the deep dark. You don't have to. Do I do much research on real-world places for building projects? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Depends whether I'm trying to emulate a real-world architectural style or location. I do have... like a little folder that I'm starting to keep now of inspo for Empires. Just like screenshots from video games. I really like the visual style of real world places that are kind of overgrown and ruined, that kind of thing. I was doing that back on Decidedly Vanilla Season 2, I want to say. When I had an area that was called the Nameless Ruin, which is an oxymoron because it has a name. But who's counting? I like drawing on real world stuff, especially since I don't really have a natural feel for architecture, and a lot of the time I have to do a bit of research before I come up with something that actually looks like it belongs in the real world or an accurate emulation of the real world. That stuff doesn't always come naturally to me the way it does to some other folks. Because there are people who have almost no foundational knowledge in architecture, and they can just build some incredible stuff in Minecraft. And then you have people like BOO, who is a general contractor, so he knows how buildings are made. Is this Vanilla Tweaks resource pack? The stuff that gives bushy leaves and the different textures for wheat and sugarcane and stuff is all from Fwip's Foliage texture pack, which I believe is available to people who support him on Patreon. You haven't touched the Deep Dark yet, never mind ancient cities, but want to focus on your realm has taken to hunting them down just to explore different layouts? Yeah, I mean, to some people, that exploration thing is one of the key components of Minecraft. Finding out through this stream that B-Dubs is a contractor. I mean, I think he was. I presume he's now just, like, full-time YouTube creator, but he's done stuff like that in the past, yeah. Where is the seed for Season 1? I think the world download is still out there somewhere. And then you can just load it up in creative mode to fly around and do /seed, and you'd have it there. I don't know if we ever, like, released it in a special post or anything, but you can find it that way. The Season 1 seed is not the Season 2 seed, just in case anyone's curious. We didn't just, like, type the same number into Chunkbase. Went to the Deep Dark, saw it from a distance, said nice, and proceeded to leave at pace. In Joel's first episode, he sees the Deep Dark, and there's like this ominous music in the background, and he's like, I haven't even seen one of these yet, wow. And it's like, oh, it's so cool. It's so cool, because I've followed the development of it, and obviously, like, even for the podcast, I would have to do that, but making content about it and whatever. So I've been like really interested in seeing the Deep Dark evolve. I've not been like in every single snapshot looking at it, and mainly because once I got a feel for it in the first snapshot we got, I wanted to see how it felt doing it like in a survival world again for the first time. But I at least knew sort of what was involved. But it's like living vicarious through other people when you find somebody else who hasn't seen that stuff yet, and you're watching their perspective, and you're like, yeah, that's pretty wild. The seed would be different in 118 than it was in 117. Yeah, that's what I mean. So like, we didn't just end up using the same seed and getting a different world out of it. The seed is brand new. How did the Empires group form? Fwip basically got a bunch of people he liked into the same Discord and said, hey, I want to start a server. And the rest is history. Am I going to be revamping any of the existing structures? Probably not. Because I feel like building something original feels more fun than revamping that stuff. Also because I expect a lot of people will have already gone out and found the desert temples and stuff, so they won't be interested in raiding them again. The same seed would still generate the same nether and end. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Although we didn't really get super attached to the nether or the end in the last world either, so I feel like knowing sort of what those were like wouldn't really have made much of a difference to us, but we were much more interested in just getting a spawn that had other people's, like, it had everybody's choices of biomes within easy reach. In the Deep Dark, if you mine all the Skulk Shriekers, will the Warden stop spawning? Yes. Yeah, the Shriekers are the things that spawn it. Once you break all of them, then you're good. Even if you break them with Silk Touch and you put them back in the same place, that basically breaks the Shrieker's ability to spawn the Warden. Plans for any heists like last time? You know I'm always up for a heist, but I don't know exactly what it's going to be unless it's raiding an ancient city, and I feel like people might want to do that in their own time. I don't have any immediate plans. But then again, like, the Gunpowder Boys, whatever it was, like, Elder Guardian heist was something that came up as part of doing stuff with Mythical Sausage, right? Like, it wasn't necessarily something that the game suggested to us. Can you move a Shriek with a piston? No, you can't. They're tile entities. They're like chests. You can't do that. Obviously, like, on Bedrock, you can move stuff like that. So maybe you could do it on Bedrock. I don't know. But if there are any Skulk sensors around, then Shriek is going to be pretty mad about you moving it. If a new Shrieker spawns around Skulk Catalyst on the surface, no, you don't get Wardens spawning from Shriekers that are placed after world generation, basically. As an old Bedrock player who's recently switched to Java since I now have a computer capable of running it, any tips I should know? First of all, you can do a lot of stuff with your offhand. You can place blocks from your offhand that you couldn't before, so enjoy that, first of all. There's honestly not that many differences between Bedrock and Java anymore. The redstone stuff is kind of different, but I think honestly get used to using your offhand for more interesting stuff. That's the main thing. Chat, you can probably think of some stuff that I haven't. You can push reinforced deep slate? No, I think they patched that out in one of the follow-up snapshots. It was not intended that it was pushable to begin with. what a shriek is used for. Aside from spawning the warden, they just make noise, that's it. I mean, they're decorative otherwise. They make pretty cool, like, top pieces for pillars made of end stone brick. Is there a close border on this SMP? No, we don't have a world border, aside from the usual one at 30 million blocks out. Because we aren't necessarily going to explore hugely far away anyway. We might go and find a woodland mansion for some LAs or something, but we don't have like a tight control over that stuff. People just know to be sensible. But it's not like Double Life. It's not like we're meant to be running into each other and causing chaos all the time. Started using the offhand on my playthrough. It's a lifesaver. It's funny because I only ever typically use the offhand for my shield, but then obviously I take it for granted that I can put tools and stuff in my offhand to mend them, which I know is a difficulty for Bedrock players, but that's why Trident killers are so popular, and that's why the Furnace XP bug was so useful, and that's why villager trading is often a really good alternative to a mob farm if you want XP for mending your tools. I know allays spawn an outpost as well. I've gathered allays from outposts. I've done that dance, believe me. But the outpost nearest me doesn't have one. Fwip already raided a few outposts and has 4 of those, so I presume that a lot of the outposts that would have had allays in around this area have already had them claimed by other players. No, Super Mario Minecraft, Zornoth is not going to be in Season 2. That the whole plotline is dead and buried. Quite literally, I think Scott actually, like, kind of confirmed that in his outro from last season. But yeah, we don't want to just revive the same villain for Season 2. We want to do something different. Or at least I do, and I'm pretty sure the others do as well. Who owns the Zornoth account for Season 1? That'd be Scott, because it was his idea and he was the one playing it the whole time. What's the idea about the end not having a dragon? That is one of the mysteries that will unfold as this season continues. I'll use a player's Season 1 build as an inspiration for the ruins. That's the thing. I mentioned this earlier on in the stream, so for people who are recently joined, the idea of building stuff in this world, the majority of the time I'm going to be building original stuff. I'm going to be building stuff that isn't necessarily inspired by previous seasons of Empires, because despite people having set up that this is the same world, maybe just, you know, a different place in the world, thousands of years in the future, no contact at all with any of our previous characters, people might want to Easter egg some references to previous seasons, because people like that stuff kind of tying in, and like multiverses are really popular right now, right? So even if it's not necessarily the same world exactly, it could be like echoes of Season 1 pop into other people's videos, and that's totally fine. If anybody wants me to build some of that stuff for them, then I'd be happy to, because part of what I'm going to be doing is not quite like a build for hire kind of gig, but being able to contribute some custom stuff that's going to be featuring in people's videos as a story thing. I would only do it if people really wanted me to, because I think most of us just want to leave that stuff in Season 1 and do something new. How is False found for Season 2? I mean, False is obviously a popular content creator and a member of Hermitcraft, so I was kind of surprised when we heard about it. But yeah, basically, I don't know how the conversation came up, but Fwip said False was interested in joining Empires, and we were like, yeah, sure, I'd love to have False. And that was it, really. that was kind of it. There wasn't anything more complex than that. But we were looking for somebody else to maybe make up numbers, because we liked having 12 people last time. It felt like a nice, even number, you know? Even numbers are important for these things. Because, you know, you can have people pair off to do different things, and 12 is a useful number. You can divide it by 2 or 3 or 4 or 6, and, like, it splits up into, like, decent-sized teams if you want to have some kind of, like, team activity. Like, if you've got 4 teams of 3 doing something, or 3 teams of 4, and, like, it's a number that divides very evenly without leaving one person feeling left out or anything, you know? Even numbers of players, odd numbers of blocks. Odd numbered builds, yeah, that's it. It's a highly composite number. Good way of putting it. Highly composite number. Will there be a public Empires server? No, we don't have any plans to do that. At least not one that's officially associated with Empires. There will be people who will make Empires fan servers, probably. None of them are affiliated with us. It's cool that people do stuff like that, but we obviously have no control over what happens there, and honestly, being a server admin for more than just this server is probably going to be a bit hectic to begin with. Like, I ended up closing down my patron server. I ran a Patreon server for about 5 years, and decided to close it down because, you know, it was getting too much for me to manage this, and, you know, the patron server and the podcast and the recap and my YouTube and my streaming and just having like a normal life outside of that. It just becomes a lot to handle after a while. So I don't know if anybody has any kind of personal interest in doing an Empires server, but it's probably not going to be one of us. What about an Empires Discord? Same with the Discord thing, really. It's like, we have one behind the scenes that we all use to talk to each other, but, like, I feel like it just takes time away from content creation for all of us. And it's cool to have ways that we can interact with people, but that's what Twitch streams are for, that's what YouTube comments are for. It just creates another place where people can go to try and get our attention when they could be using it to, like, you know, leave comments on our videos, which helps the videos grow, and, like, watch Twitch streams and be able to directly ask us questions that you'll get an immediate answer to, instead of being like, why is so-and-so boring? Again, fan Discords are going to exist, and it's always cool to see fans gathering around a certain series or whatever, but I think it's just important to give creators a bit of space. A lot of us don't necessarily have the time to volunteer our time to organising something like that, and we need to have moderators that we trusted, and it's just like a lot. I love that floating rack of cobblestone is collectively everyone's go-to vine farm. To be honest, I only have them there because I hadn't got jungle saplings yet. I just found these, like, I don't know where I found them, actually. I think maybe I took a couple of them and didn't get jungle saplings from my first tree. But then, yeah, later on I was definitely like, I need to have a vine farm for now, and then when I start growing jungle trees, I can just farm them straight off the tree. Casually lurking, mining copious amounts of sand. Aha! You also do Choppin Tuesday. My people. Harvesting mangrove wood is a pain. It's not too bad. I have found, because, like, you just break the leaves all the time. Like, get yourself an efficient hoe, unbreaking hoe. You just end up tearing through the leaves to get to the wood, and that's what you do first. And then, obviously, like, the roots and stuff are fine, but you can compost all of that, so you can silk touch it, compost it for more bone meal. Who's on right now? It's me, Mythical Sausage, and Lizzie. Are Kelp XP farms completely dead now? I mean, I don't think so. You can make one if you want to. I think people just have more interesting ways of getting XP. Will there be an Empire's News YouTube channel? Not to my knowledge. Again, people often ask me if I'm going to do an Empire's Recap, and I'm like, I'm on the server. It's kind of weird to make a news show about something that we actively do. And again, it'd just be another project that takes time away from us actually doing stuff for the server. Does it only have texture packs, or are there any mods? All the mods are for, like, quality of life client-side stuff, like sodium and whatnot, so that the world runs a little faster, and chunk loading and everything. Like, most of them are client-side. I think Replay Mod has to have a module installed server-side as well. I don't remember. But yeah, in terms of, like, the mod list for this, it's really all just aesthetic tweaks here and there, like Indium Iris, yeah, replay mods, continuity, which is basically Optifine connected textures, yeah, that kind of stuff. But yeah, gameplay-wise, aside from the data pack that adds bundles, we have probably double shulker shells and stuff like that. So there's like a bit of data pack use there, but nothing that changes gameplay dramatically. It's really all just vanilla. Bets on a fan-made Empire's Recap coming? Oh, someone's already done one, I'm sure. I think the trick with recap stuff, though, is like to keep doing it and to do it well. That's the difficult part. And yeah, as somebody who watches 11 content creators every week for the Hermitcraft Recap, it's a lot of work. People don't always really reckon with how much work it takes until, yeah, they find themselves skipping weeks and missing out on some important moments because they're just too busy. Will there be new farms like Froglight Farm using magma cubes and frogs? Yes, I have done one of those for the survival guide. It came out yesterday. Oh, if you want to know who I watch on Hermitcraft, do !Hermits in the chat. And Nightbot will give you a list of all of the hermits that I watch. Alright. Let's go to the Nether. Because I want to get some Crimson Woods, which is going to be the easy one. And I can at least bring back some Netherrack that I can use to farm the Crimson Wood. Or some Nylium, rather. Gonna be using custom texture stuff as loot for the dungeons. Maybe if it helps somebody with their story, but for the most part, I don't know. like I said, this is going to be the easy part. And now I have Silk Touch, I can actually get hold of some of this. Seen the Optimus Prime Lego set. I think Joel has that. Not Joel Smallish Beans, Joel Duggan, my podcast co-host. And I believe he was planning on doing like a Lego building stream with it. So if you want to see that set actually assembled, then follow Joel Duggan on Twitch. Thanks, Faded Cake. I'm glad I am back. Speaking of Joels, Joel is here. The man, the myth, the mythology. Say half a stack. That'll do. Now I need to find a warp forest. I know Fwip found one the other day. I don't know the coordinates. Hey, Ghasts. I have an infinity bow now. Get wrecked. Tallest man. Multiple Ghast tiers? Solid. Here, warp forest, warp forest, warp forest. Hey, Zayta Midnight, thanks so much for the 23 months, 12 in a row. That's the nerd row right there. Thank you so much for the resub, hope you're well.
Well, that's just prime.
Ooh, don't like that. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, I can do this. Haha! Slightly brighter nether. Gamma Utils mods. Very, very handy. Again, client-side mods. Nothing really game modifying. It also has a hotkey that gives you night vision, but I've disabled that because I think that's cheaty. There's potions for that, guys. Potions. I just want visibility to be better for YouTube videos and streams, and it's nice to have a hotkey in-game that does that. Oh, okay, we're good. I need to be a little bit careful here because I can't exactly fly back to my portal or anything, but I am curious to see where other people's portals ended up because we don't have plans for a nether hub or anything. We might end up making one for the sake of convenience, but we don't have a nether hub in mind as part of like the world. When I decided to eventually say like, okay, my empire is going to be the past, I'm basically telling the story of the world. I kind of wanted, you know how Joel did the mood board and Stonehenge was on there and I was Stonehenge? I kind of wanted to swap that out for Dio from JoJo Part 3 yelling the world. But I was like, nah, it's going to be a little too ostentatious for what I have in mind. Because then everyone will think I'm the villain. Yeah, Gamma Utils. That's the utils as in short for utilities. That's the mod. God, bridging feels so slow now that I have Swift Sneak and Survival Guide. I'm like, please let me just place blocks faster. Man, I really wish that you could grow warped fungus on Crimson Nylium sometimes, you know? Like, it'd be really nice. Because you find warped fungus in these biomes. Still got so much stuff on me that I really shouldn't have brought here, but whatever. Doesn't matter that much. But yeah, I don't know where warp trees are going to be. I'm probably just going to grow some crimson. But yeah, these are around. Once again, slightly resource packed. Oh, I'm not wearing gold. Should never have come here. Big mistake. Oh, I'm caught between a Hoglin and a hard place. Luckily, my armor is quite good. And so is my sword, actually. You're going to be a mysterious nuisance, aren't you? Too slow. In general, I feel like the growing mechanics for Netherwoods are tedious. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that there's a bit of challenge involved with it, but sometimes you want to find a warped forest and you just can't. But then that's the same with all biomes, right? It's like you want to find a desert, and the deserts are really hard to find now, and you want to find the right type of wood, and then you end up in a village trading with people, and oh, such a pain. Who would play this game? Found your first fossil in the overworld today. Big find. Well done. That's honestly impressive when you find those things, because, like, unless you stumble into them, you've got very little chance of actually finding one. So I'm very happy for you. Congrats. I get some GGs. Take this opportunity to craft gold armor. I have some gold armor somewhere. I just not wearing it right now. Didn't they get more common in 1.18? What didn't? What point did I find the fossil in Survival Guide Season 1? Oh, I forget what episode number it was. I'm pretty sure it was in... It was definitely post 114, because there were campfires involved. But outside of that, I don't really remember. I guess I need efficiency 5, right? Which I'm not going to get. With these books, anyway. Part 175, wow. Yeah, I think stuff like that is really interesting, because it's not necessarily a big find for the series, and it's not super important to the world, but it's also something that you can't really choose to do unless you commit yourself to a really long search for something, right? The little variations on the nether mushrooms are cool, but a lot of the time I find myself looking at this stuff thinking, that's just aesthetic, right? Like, surely I can't bone meal this and turn it into a crimson tree. Or a huge crimson fungus. Apologies. I think we discovered recently, didn't we, that if we want to actually get the wood blocks, we probably need to grow them further apart. Let me onto a block. I always cut out the bottom blocks of these trees, so that the netherrack doesn't revert from Nylium back into netherrack. That makes them a little more difficult to climb. First time you grew one of these in the overworld, it grew super tall. I just decided to leave it. Yeah. Sometimes you look at a big tree and you're like, it's just not worth the effort. I'm like that with the super tall oak trees. Which is why I tend to farm azalea now. Is because A, azalea leaves look nicer in certain contexts. And B, they don't grow like 1,200 meters tall sometimes. 1,200 meters is like 3 times taller than world height or something. It's actually a lot higher than we think. Trying to exaggerate for comedic effect and just getting like way off mathematically. Tend to just burn the big oak trees once I've got the easy accessible logs out. That's the thing. In this world, we have fire spread turned off. The reason this only has one hopper and isn't collecting stuff automatically is because when I set this up for the first time, I didn't have enough iron for a second hopper. So I should probably do something about that now I have enough iron, shouldn't I? How do you get new mushroom saplings? You bone meal the Nylium, and the corresponding Nylium usually comes up with, the majority of the time, crimson fungus or water fungus. But sometimes it will even come up with the opposite one. You just can't grow it from there. Lizzie's saying whoa in the chat. I'm not sure why. Not a huge fan of how some of the newer features require Silk Touch to use. Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that Skulk gives you XP. So I think that one's actually kind of smart, but I can see your point. Oh, I can't make it. It's on the corner. I'm not a parkour wizard. Lost cause. I need scaffolding. Need mythical sausage to come and deliver me some scaffolding. Is that really going to be your first message in chat? Good work. Thanks, Trail Dreamer. I'm glad to be back. Could have made it about your pet fish. I mean, how thick were the fish, though? Mangrove roots surprisingly don't need silk, but it makes sense because they're technically wood. Yeah, also you wrote toots, which I'm just going to laugh at for a second because I found it funny. I am 6 years old. 6-year-old man. Building a kingdom about the past. Finds the word toots hilarious. Belly full of eggs, let's go. Let us turn this into a more formal, more manageable composting setup. Oh, see, Glitter Mum, I can't do that one with my accent because if I say duty, the joke doesn't work. What am I looking for? I have... Oh, iron. That was it. I didn't take it out of here because I didn't have enough space. Space! Okay, I need slightly more chests, which is good because I have lots of wood now. Those in the bundle. So this brewing stand, the emeralds. Should just be bundling things constantly at this point. Also got hoppers in 2 different slots. Ooh. Night has fallen. Oh, and I still have my gamma filter on. I should probably turn that off. So that you guys can see less. Dang it. Nobody wants to sleep? Yeah, okay, somebody's already sleeping. Multi-food store with 100 bits. Pleasantly surprised to see you back this season. I remember you saying the RP wasn't really a thing. Feel Lore Master is a great role for you. Best of luck. Thank you very much. And Jemmy, thank you for the 4 months. Good whatever time it is. It's early evening, I'll call it. Alright, now we can actually compost stuff, and I feel better about that. Actually, if I set it up there, I'm never going to build the house, so let's not. Let's put it back over here. Put it over here where it belongs. Next to the decomposing remains of mythical sausage. R.I.P. Alright, now that's going to work. Beautiful. There it is. Knew we'd get one eventually. Do I have a favorite type of gradient? Yes, the ones that fade into a transparency so that you can just layer them as many times as you want. Really useful. In Minecraft, not especially. Although, no, actually, that's a lie. The gradient you can find between the different brown-focused wood types, so you go to dark oak to spruce to oak to birch, like, that's always my favorite. I use that for ceilings a lot, and floors sometimes. What happens to sausage? I don't know, I can't see the future.
Well, that's just prime.
Ols, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Brand new Prime sub to the channel as well. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. Sausage gets eaten with bacon for the breakfast. Yeah. Oh, he leaves the game is what happens to sausage. You meant what happened to sausage. I know, I'm just messing with you. You'll find out in the next episode. Man, I really need efficiency 5 on this thing to make this worth it. Julie the Reader, welcome in. If you're a reader, you might appreciate my partner's stream. They are currently streaming in the other room, like on the other side of the wall over here, basically. And they do copy work which is a kind of an older concept, but a cool one for a stream where they are writing out a text using fountain pens, and basically, like, because they're a fountain pen and stationery enthusiast, it's kind of fun to be able to use some of those tools instead of just, like, collecting pens and not really doing anything with them, since writing letters to people doesn't happen as often in this day and age. This could have been an email, you know, that kind of thing. So if you want to go check out their stream, twitch.tv/celerymin, and Ginger has just given a shout out in the chat. Go drop them a follow. Be nice, and don't ask too many questions about me, because that's not what that stream is for. That's what my stream is for. But if you want a new project to follow on Twitch, it's a makers and crafting kind of deal. Currently writing out the entirety of Lord of the Rings by hand, and currently, I believe, on the Tom Bombadil chapters, unless they've moved on from it by now. No obligation, of course, just something you might want to check out if you're interested. What's the channel? Scroll up in chat and see the last shout out Ginger the Lily dropped in chat. Nightbot will link the Twitch channel shortly thereafter. Ditching pics for fountain pens now? Please do. I'm going to be wrapping up relatively soon anyway. We're at 4 hours on the stream now. That's probably about it for me. Yeah, I think we'll probably call it there. There have been 1,000 people here basically the whole time, which is wild. So thank you again. It's always really, really great to have this many people stopping by the stream, hanging out, and we're just doing the menial stuff today. We're just chopping wood, but it's nice to be here on Empires. We might be back here on Thursday. We'll see what happens. We'll see what I need to get done. But by then, maybe I'll have revealed some of the stuff that I'm working on behind the scenes. We shall see. Still need to farm some acacia, but we'll get to that another time, I think. Loggerless no more, indeed, yes. And at the very least, I have enough wood that I can make chests without worrying about using up my entire wood supply, which is often the problem. Folks, that's where we'll leave it for today. Thank you so much for joining me here on the Empires SMP. We're going to be raiding somebody else here on Twitch, somebody who's playing Minecraft, so please do stick around for the raid. Excuse me. I don't think anybody else from the server is actively streaming right now. However, we do have some lovely folks out here who we can raid. Mr. Beardstone was in chat earlier, and it looks like the Truly Bedrock server has launched a hardcore server project in Java Edition, and they're a lovely bunch of content creators, so I do recommend checking them out. We're going to be going raiding Mr. Beardstone. Beardstone is another family-friendly content creator, another British lad, another heavily bearded gentleman, and all-round lovely dude. So give him my best. You can use your Pixel Hype emotes in the hashtag PixelRaid to send some love over to Beardstone. I'll be back with you folks on Thursday, probably at the usual time of 3 p.m. BST. Translate that for your time zone however you will. And I'll see you folks soon. Take care. Bye for now.